Left jab, uppercut, leave you laid out on the floor. Try to duck and roll, hit and miss, now you counting stars. Should've practiced more, should've hit the mask, get out there more. Claim that you're the best, you gotta show me son. Actions over words, baby boy, is you real or what? Talking way too much, world come. Back sports, talking way too much, world come. Back sports, talking way too much, world come. Back sports,
WCS back on deck once again. Shout out to Mr. Pass First in the building. Salute to the supporters of the channel as always. A pleasure. We jumping off the week. It's Monday, and we definitely always have something to talk about when it comes to this big topic, this heavy topic in boxing. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna keep on talking about it until we see if this shit is actually going down the way they say it's going down. Now, of course, there's some other areas that's going, that's active in the sport of boxing, but none bigger than this topic. Tyson Fury fighting Darius Chisora is not big enough. You know what I'm saying? Ryan Garcia, whatever he got going on, you know, it's not big enough. He's over here saying boxing is boring. Nobody wants to fight each other. You think? That's why I look at other combat sports that Ryan, you know what I'm saying? Join the club. But let's talk about and bear witness to this staging area. You know what I'm saying? We have to continue to talk about and try to break this down because listen, this is where I'm at with it. The YTC platform is used for many things. You have many voices. You have individuals that's been doing this for years upon years. But sometimes topics like this, you have to draw a line in the sand and say, okay, we need to investigate, research, and, you know, try to clean this up a little bit because it's really making the entire area much dirtier than it already is. The YTC is not known for morals and principles and sanctification. It's just known for a lot of convoluted lies. You know what I'm saying? Fabricated narratives being pushed on here. Now, for my guy Crawford, this is what I would have to say about his decision. Damn good decision. Commend him and salute him with both hands, right? Because at the end of the day, you have individuals that are preach about how business is supposed to be this. And the Spencerholics come out as the dumbest group of fan base that was pushing this all along. They was pushing how, you know, Errol Spence did all the heavy lifting and how he should get, you know, the lion's share. He should get more money. He's did more. They was pushing this narrative forever and ever a day. Crawford didn't do shit. Even though Crawford's credential is heavier when you balance them out on the scales, career for career, he's done more. But when it came down to this, I commend Crawford for understanding that his business is always the priority. And if and when he decided to pull the plug, knowing that the PBC could not make this happen, he has every right. He has every fucking right to digress from this damn failed negotiation and take a stay busy fight with David Avanesian. He has every right to do that. Who's the dummy now? The only thing dummies are going to do, right, is continue to whine and complain about what didn't happen. Because look, in reality, they wanted Crawford to be the dummy. They wanted him to come in there and take the worst deal in his career and then turn around and point the finger at him and say, yeah, you were stupid enough to sit your ass in there for that long period of time. Now deal with it. They are the dumbest. These individuals on the YTC that has pushed this and pushed this and pushed this over and over again, they have very, very little to say now except Terrence Crawford ducked. Terrence Crawford ducked. How did he duck? Boxing is a business. Y'all want to sit up here and talk about the numbers, right? Check this out. You talk about how Errol Spence did such great numbers with Mikey Garcia, knowing the numbers are bloviated, but yet his own people sit up here and want, put these numbers out. Oh, 65%. Okay, we want to give him 70-30 really, but okay. He wants 35%. Let's go ahead and give him 35%. Let's agree on that. I mean, he agreed to everything you want to do. Oh, okay, he agreed to 35%. Let's not give him no guarantee money and just give him the net on the back end. Boom. Okay, agree to that. Well, the announcement is out that we've sent the revisions back over to Crawford, and we haven't heard anything. The campus went silent. We don't know if they committed to making this fight happen. And what did I say? I said, I want to see what the revisions was about. I said that shit. I want to see what the revisions were about. I wanted to see what the revisions were about, because if Crawford was checking the box, agreeing to what was there prior to make this fight move and to get it done, so they can fight this year, because he put it out there. He wanted to fight this year. I asked what was the revisions that PBC sent back to them. And now we know. The fight was going to be next year. Now for Errol, he just stepped in the ring in April this year. So whatever he made off that, it is what it is. But he fought this year. Terrence fought last year. So to go a whole year and not pick up a check, and you're at a point in your career where you only have so many fights remaining, oh, damn good job, shawty. Damn good job with standing up for yourself. Damn good job with being business savvy. Fuck what all these other people are talking about on this YTC. They're not doing business for you. They're talking about business that absolutely goes against you. They're not in your best interest. Even here on a social media platform, the way they talk about boxing, when it comes to these two names, you're talking about shit that used to be, oh man, so-and-so, he's a snake. He's a slimy dude. He's a scumbag. The dude's, oh, he's a thief. People that's always robbing people. They talked about how Terrence Crawford was in the worst promotion ever, bro. They dogged that man out for being over there top rank, who has plenty of black fighters, bro. So when he left, when he was at his end and you had all these black channels on him calling him top rank Toby and talking shit about that man, talk about his blackness, talking about he didn't know what the fuck he was doing. He leaves. They try to tie him down to Daniel Cunningham. You know what I'm saying? That's the narrative they still trying to run with. You know what I'm saying? And look, if the feds is on that, then let the feds do what the feds does. So you're saying that Bob was a racist and he's this, he's that, and he don't look out for the black fighters. And Bob is a triple OG, been in the game since the Don King era, and they have no respect for this man. But then Terrence go over there to PBC, and long behold, we bear witness to the plantation owner himself, the master of all masters, the Decepticon, the one that looks like Crawford. He's a black man like Crawford, who stays in the shadows. And come to find out through all the years where people were saying, oh man, he's the best. Al Heyman paying this fight is good. He's doing this. You know, goddamn Barbershop talked about the shit for a while. You know what I'm saying? He put some damning information out there, but you know, they wanted to cut him off because just like YouTube, you know what I'm saying? If you ain't flowing downstream and you paddling upstream, they don't like that shit. I don't like that nigga right there. He paddling upstream. He knows something. Why he ain't going downstream like everybody else? You look down, that motherfucker's a waterfall waiting. You feel me? So he went over there to the plantation of all plantations, bro. When did Crawford have a deal like what we've bear witness over at PBC? When did we see that shit happen? This shit that just went on with Crawford is despicable, man. It's despicable to see my people in the so-called hierarchy of education and business sense to attempt to say, yeah, I respect boxing enough to create a organization where I can position myself as a manager, advisor, and then I can have myself attached to a network and a freaking promotion, and I can run this shit. But I'm going to make an example out of my fighters when it's all said or done. Because, for one, I'm going to put so many stipulations in the contract, they're going to find out who I truly am. I'm the grand poop of this shit. Whenever you got them get behind the mic, you got to thank me. I'm God. I'm God, nigga. I'm God. Remember that shit. I'm God. You got to thank me. And if something don't work out in the contractual negotiations or the contractual deliberation, whatever you want to call it, you can't say nothing negative about me, nigga. I'm God. You can't say nothing negative about me. There's a penalty for that. This black man, top 3% Harvard grad, all that shit is coming down to a close. I would like to see the recovery phase of this, but for one, I'm hearing PBC is in shambles. And look, like I said, long time ago, man, I told you all, look, you can pull the receipts. I'm not gonna do the homework for yourself. I said be aware that PBC may be going through a rebranding. Okay, it's a lot of shit going on with legal lawsuits and everything else. And people, you know, I knew this long time ago that people were saying the reason why Al is not at the fights and all that because people want to serve him with papers. They want to serve him with papers because people want to sue him. And then you heard Rick Glaser. You read what he put out there that Al Heyman is you know, pretty much backdoored a lot of businessmen, a lot of investors. You know what I'm saying? So it get to a point where words travel fast when it comes to money. You need individuals to continue to contribute to what you have going on. They need to be funding what you have going on. It's good to have those investors, those financiers, you know, to help you out. And when it comes down to you stabbing them in the back, guess what? They're going to separate themselves in distance too. Because it's going to be people talking about, oh, we got legal papers waiting on him. It's people looking to see where this dude is at. Can we find him? Can we find him? Can we find him? Listen, that must be a cold, cold world, shawty. That must be a cold, cold fucking world. Mr. Pass on deck. BJ, what's good? At one point, Thurman had the WBC and the WBA. Crawford had the WBO and Spence had the IBF. 4.5 years later, Spence got Thurman belts. That's not heavy lifting. Shout out to BJ on deck. Willie on deck with it. Salute WCS. Didn't get the notification, but I'm here with the fam. Hey, with your fam. Appreciate you. Yeah, WCS, the top ranked Toby Slave, Bud monikers and names they gave him are disgusting. No doubt about it, man. No doubt about that shit. It's despicable. It's despicable because, you know, a lot of this shit was running rampant and pushed on this YTC. They was pushing that same racial freaking obscenities and derogatory comments, man. But they quick to sit up here and call racism and throw the card out there when a white person pissed them off. You know what I'm saying? I mean, make up your mind what you're gonna do. You gonna call the damn race card every time somebody that don't look like you say something, or you gonna? I mean, what? How is it? Because you up here destroying your own people too. Like you confused. You know what I'm saying? It seems like you're psychologically degenerate. What the fuck is going on? A white person say something about you, it's racist, you know, and then you turn around and y'all be up here referring to your own people, you know, criticizing them, saying they should do this, this, and this, saying you support the sport of boxing. You want to see, you know, the best fight the best, but yet one of the best is trying to make a negotiation work. And y'all want this man to go up here and take little to no money for what? Because he's not your favorite fighter? This doesn't make any sense over here when it comes to this YouTube shit. Real talk. It ain't a testament to shit. BIG on deck. What's good? I think Fred asked Bud for an interview a while back, and that's why I think the hate from the LDBC started. He didn't give Fred the barbershop an interview. If they want to hate that man for not giving an interview, and that's what he does, he doesn't speak to the media like that, then I don't know what to tell these brothers. I don't know what to tell the outlets in general, because I asked that man several times. I seen him in person. He said no, and then he gave me an interview. So stop being a pussy, and goddamn, you know, if they mad that Bud didn't give an interview, well, guess what? BIG, I can say this. I can say this to them. How many times did freaking Errol Spence jump on here? He showed up in barbershop conversation one time. But how many times Errol Spence came on YTC and chopped it up with these so-called quote unquote channels who has his number? Why you can't get an interview with him? I can tell you one of the reasons these guys won't come on here, because every time some of these fighters come on here, that's a big deal. They want to ask them tough questions to start an argument with them, or they want to bring race into it. I swear to God, man. You know, some of these channels, all they do is they'll talk with a fighter, and then all of a sudden they'll bring another scenario into the conversation, and it's about race. It has absolutely nothing to do with the fighter, bro. Nothing to do with the fighter. But let me get back to this. Boxing Scene, right? Came up with an article. It said Crawford fighting Avanesian. This is something he already had lined up, say Robert Garcia. And we already know who Robert Garcia is, all right? Robert Garcia thinks that Terrence Crawford had already plans in motion to fight David on December 10th, 10 months ago, December 10th, months ago, rather than Errol Spence. They say instead of telling Spence, Crawford kept his fight with Avanesian quiet until it was made. All right. Although Robert is disappointed in the choice of Avanesian, he doesn't blame Crawford. Once again, this is Robert Garcia talking. Although Robert is disappointed in the choice of Avanesian, he doesn't blame Crawford for taking the fight, given the huge 8-figure payday he's getting for an easy night's work. You know, that's what they said. That's what I'm reading, people. Robert say he would have preferred to see Crawford choose another welterweight like Virgil Ortiz Jr. for his December 10th fight. Why? We already know why he would want him to fight Virgil Ortiz. Come on, man. Link it up. Okay? Y'all smart. You know what I'm saying? I know I got some smart, intelligent human beings in this motherfucking chat, boy. Y'all can figure it out. So he goes on to say he already knew something could happen. So he was preparing himself for another day against another fight on December 10th. That means he already had plans as a backup. What? Say one more again? This is what I'm talking about, people. He already knew something could happen. So he was preparing himself for another day against another fighter on December 10th. That means he already had plans as backup, said Robert Garcia to ES News about Terrence Crawford bailing out on the Errol Spence Jr. fight. To get the opponent and the place agreed upon, that took a couple of months of preparation just to show the building is available, just to show your opponent is available. So he had already been working on it just in case. He had to be ready for December 10th. He could just decide that he was fighting on December 10th in Omaha, Nebraska. So this is something he already had lined up. Yeah, it's possible, said Robert, about Spence versus Crawford. Likely never happening now. $10 million, there are a few fighters. Check this out now. Robert dropping some jewels all over the motherfucking ground now. He said $10 million, there are very few fighters that wouldn't, WOULDN', wouldn't take that kind of money. Once again, $10 million, there are very few fighters that wouldn't take that kind of money. He hasn't fought in a year. Whoever's putting up that money, it might break even or lose a little money, but it won't be a lot. Talk that shit, Robert. Crawford, without a promoter, he could have easily made an offer to Golden Boy for Virgil Ortiz. Virgil would have been perfect. I don't know why he made that decision to fight Avanesian. In boxing, what we were expecting Spence, and if that wasn't finalized, at least give them something in that direction where people are going to be excited and happy to see. Business-wise, if he's going to make $10 million, why not make the easiest fight possible and make $10 million? I don't blame him. There's much better names out there that would have made more sense. This is Robert Garcia now. Now, he said made a lot of solid points in there. He made a lot of solid points that we need to pay attention to. Toby on deck, what's good? He said, yeah, that beef with Bud started over interviews. Okay. So let me take a little break about this beef, right? How many times are you gonna hear about YouTube or the YTC having beef with fighters? All right. This is not an enclave that we have this perimeter, right? We have this universal perimeter around the YTC, because in the tech world, the security doesn't prevent the information from leaving and venturing out to people's homes and everything, because that's where the information is being sourced from, people's homes. You know what I'm saying? They're sourcing information like I am now. They're talking, and then we're able to share this information with other collective entities, right? So therefore, if they are upset about someone not doing an interview, obviously that person has a reason. They probably did research. They probably came on here and looked at other interviews. It's a word of mouth thing. They probably spoke to other people, and they say, hey, whatever you do, man, be careful who you fucking with the YTC. But the one credit I would give Crawford is that it's not just the YTC. It's just the way he were in person. You know how I can validate that? Because Bob Arum said it. Bob Arum say Terrence Crawford refused to do interviews and promote himself. I lost enough money on him to buy a house in Beverly Hills. That proves my point. Bob Arum said himself way back when that Terrence Crawford didn't want to do interviews. So if these pussies on YTC want to sit up here and be mad and cause a beef because Terrence Crawford won't come on here and entertain them, I don't know what the fuck to tell them. Did they read over their initial application to create a channel? Did it say anything about what they was entitled to? When they initially created the channel, did the policy statement give them line for line what they was entitled to? I don't think so. I don't think so. What's going on, Toby? Gary say these channels do race hustling for super chats and subs. Look, you ask anybody who stay close to this shit with Crawford and Spence, and they'll tell you that the channels is always talking about race. But also, the primary channels is talking about race will absolutely go all out to defame the name of another black channel, to defame the information that they putting out. This shit never stops. It's only confusing to the less educated. If you educate yourself on how these individuals are fucked up in the head psychologically, then you will get some peace. You'll get some peace. For real. It's colossal, man. You will get some peace within yourself. They want Crawford to lose to keep him away from their boy. Now, let me bring something else. Like, I've been talking about the timeline because it's extremely, extremely important that we try to sort this out. You know what I'm saying? We try to put it together. First, you gotta have a like a spreadsheet, and you just have to put everything on there from start to finish. Like, let's just say from the time that Spence got out the ring with Udenis Ugas, and he said, "I'm coming for that fucking belt." All right. After that, we already know Errol Spence made the call out. So therefore, in between time, post fight, conversation had to be had between PBC and Crawford PBC or whatever to try to start talking about this fight. So when it comes into play with this BLK shit reaching out, they might have made the offer, told Crawford about their interest. But this way it gets a little fuzzy for me. Why would you invest time in reaching out to Crawford so early in the game when this fight is supposed to be huge? Like, really, PBC was giving a pass. People gave PBC the pass to say, I know you can make this fight. Terrence Crawford don't have a promotion. I know the PBC can make this fight. People was giving them a pass because they are the premier boxing champions. They're not the promotion. They just, so-called host fights and all that. TGB, To the Goose and Brown, is a promotion. Tom Brown is the promotion, okay? So we had every indication that PBC can make this shit happen because Al Heyman run everything. So if the request was sent out from BLK, we can assume, with ease, that it wasn't for Errol Spence. All right? Listen to me. It wasn't for Errol Spence. They put that offer out there for Terrence Crawford to fight somebody else because it's affordable to them. They probably wouldn't be able to afford Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence, and all that. It wouldn't work with PBC. But they can take a Russian fighter like David Avanesian and check the box. But moving on, check this out now. If Crawford put it out there that he was solely focused on freaking Errol Spence Jr., then he was dialed in. He was locked on his target for that negotiations to work. Now, when he started negotiating and it started to deteriorate and they start putting all these obstacles and discrepancies and restrictions and everything you can think of, they was trying to give the man 70-30 and lowball him and shit like that. At some point in time, the no guarantee came into play. Now, I'm not going to sit up here and try to bullshit you like some channels and tell a motherfucking bullshit ass story. And goddamn, you can tell that I'm creating and putting shit in there. But at a certain point of time, y'all, Crawford had to think to himself, okay, shit, they trying to give me a low percentage. And then that percentage, shit, I'm not getting no guarantee money. Then somehow the biggest move that probably woke him up is that they was trying to give him net. Now that's bogus as fuck. Like, that's when you're dealing with a fraud ass group of people who's not trying to benefit you at all. I mean, we're talking about him and Spence being amicable, right? Him and Spence being amicable. You were talking about Terrence Crawford being in interviews and defending and taking up and being professional, to going into a fight and they're trying to get this man the net profit. They barely trying to get this man any freaking money. So I'm not sure is the window from the initial request that BLK sent out, and from that time on to the point where PBC forced Crawford hand to say, it's too many obstacles going on here. Let me go to plan B. So at that point in time, he knew PBC wasn't headed nowhere positive. It was a brick wall. So he said, you know what? Let me and my people see if BLK is serious. And you know, look, I'm going to tell you point blank. The first time they reached out to him, if they took their information, he had his people do research on him. His people, Crawford people, was talking to BLK while this whole process was going on. Not to negotiate with them as plan A, but just putting it out there as a plan B, just to make sure he had an option in case this shit didn't work. Why? Because he still wanted to get paid if they can pull it off. Especially if they offered him the 8-figure process early. They throw those numbers out there. And he said, what? Okay, let me see. I'm totally focused on fighting Errol Spence. So the longer that the negotiations carried out, and he found out he would barely be making any money, and the fact that he wasn't able to authorize or approve spending, right? And then Al Heyman would not allow him to see the books, right? So he wasn't able to verify the crucial points that was going to allow him to make the most money to maximize the net profit that he was due to receive on the back end. So once he figured that shit out, he said, my hands are tied. I can't do shit over here. He made a decision. Him and his people made a decision. Okay, let's start slowly, entertain and see what the fuck BLK got going on over here. That's not far-fetched for them during the negotiation process to be researching attorneys, conversations, meeting, but allowing the Spence negotiation to continue to play out in hope of getting that fight, because that fight is plan A. It's a much bigger fight. It's for the undisputed titles, and that's what makes sense to the boxing public. Now, what else has to make sense, people? What else has to make sense is the business part of it. Not just the business that benefits the PBC, but the business that benefits Terrence Crawford as a fighter. He is a body. The business has to make sense to Terrence Crawford. We can't sit up here and omit him. We can't act like this man don't exist. We know he exists because we've seen him in the ring before. So since he does exist, guess what? He has to make decisions that benefit him for the better good too. So I believe some bilateral communication was going on. Some two-way communication was going on. It was communication going from Crawford's team to PBC, and then there was some communication going from Crawford's team to these BLK people. So at some point in time, when Robert Garcia was talking about he's known this for months and he had to lock on the arena and motherfucking Omaha, let's sit back a little bit and understand what I just told you, right? We've been up here for months and months upon months wondering what the fight date was going to be for this fight between Spence and Crawford. We didn't know what the arena was. We just found out, hey, it's going to be in Vegas. All right? It's going to be in October, nearing closing, nearing like. It's likely going to be in October. No, that date is out the window. Now it's going to be in November. I see all these Spencerholics jumping on panels tomorrow. Oh, the fight going to happen. How you feel now, Ricky? How you feel now? You jumping your dumb ass on the panel talking about it's going to happen in November. Like you know shit. Y'all running with motherfucking narratives from each other. I'm telling you, sheep, boy, I swear to God, I'm surprised y'all ain't extinct yet. Because I swear if one sheep motherfucking walk to the cliff, all y'all sheep are going to walk to that motherfucker. Hey, where so-and-so go? Let me go over here and see where they went. Boom. You fall to your damn demise too. October didn't happen. November didn't fucking happen. But you trying to tell me Crawford and his people can lock on an arena in Omaha and he's getting paid 8 fucking figures? Listen to me, y'all. Listen, these dummies don't want to hear this shit. You're trying to tell me you're not going to praise this man, right? Who's not locked into a plantation, who's not shackled, who's not restricted, who's very much censored. He said he was man down promotion. He was his own boss. We found out that was a lie. But the one who seems like they're able to make moves and make shit happen is Crawford. This man was able to lock in an arena in motherfucking Omaha, Nebraska for another big fight. He's going to sell the motherfucker out. Listen to me. He's going to sell it out. He's going to sell it out. This, if the fight is happening, he's going to sell the arena out. That's a mad plan B. So you have a date locked in, right? For that arena, because we're going to get that with Spence Crawford. You have a date locked in for Omaha. You have an opponent, and you're supposed to be getting 8 figures for a fighter that they're calling a bum, that nobody knows, a stay busy fight. Kudos. Clap it up, clap it up, clap it up. God damn it, clap it up. You're trying to tell me you have a fight date, an arena, and you can play 8 figures, but yet they don't want to sit up here and excoriate Terrence Crawford for leaving a board mission with a failed. I'm talking about a failed. We're talking about the people who's supposed to be at the top tier, who's supposed to know how to put this shit together. He spent the required time needed internal to that negotiation process, and he couldn't get the shit done because they kept on adding shit that was non-beneficial to him. So you're trying to tell me what couldn't happen with PBC and Crawford is able to happen on a plan B with a streaming service and whoever else that's involved, and they have a date already, an arena, and he's getting paid 8 figures? And y'all not happy with that? All y'all want to do is talk about what he ain't in. Oh, he ducked Crawford. I mean, he ducked Spence. Y'all are out your motherfucking minds, man. You're haters. You're haters. You feel betrayed by yourself and others around you that was talking this bullshit about PBC could do this and Crawford should make sure he take less money and all that. Yeah, he was doing that. He was compromising. And then they say they sent the motherfucking revision back to the brother. And I told y'all, I would like to see what's on the revision. And if the revision is indeed for next year, why are y'all doing lives again saying that Crawford ducked? So you're trying to say throughout the holidays, listen to me now, throughout the holidays, this man don't have the right to take a stay busy fight for 8 figures? Are y'all stupid? Are y'all dumb? Y'all just mad that you didn't see him get taken advantage of standing in the PBC negotiations. That's all you fucking mad at, shawty. Y'all need to deactivate your motherfucking accounts and take a break. This is damning. Where is Spence fighting for the year? Does Spence have a fight coming up? Is he going to make a bag before the year out? No, right? If this man before Christmas can step in that motherfucking Omaha, and let's just say Crawford make 1.5, 2 million, it'll be more potential than what he would have got with PBC with all the bullshit. Hey, for the parking out there, yeah, we had to charge a total of we charged $800,000 for that. Yeah. The ring, yeah, the ring cost us about 7-8 million. Yeah, it was a special ring. I mean, the canvas was you know what I'm saying, handcrafted. Yeah, the ropes, oh, special ropes. The material inside the ropes, it wasn't just any material. The lights, yeah, the air that you was breathing in there, that was a special type of air right there. Hey, Al, can I see the books? I told you ahead of time. You ain't seen, boy. You ain't seen no books, boy. Don't ask me again, boy. That's just crazy, bro. We here. Warren, what's good with it? Gary say, Toby, usually if you're European champ and get a title shot, you keep the belt. But if you win, you give up the belt. DBMH on deck, salute to you. Then Bud say once, I'm the fighter. I fight. Bob is promoter. His job is to promote, or something similar. When he was asked about doing interviews and promoting himself, he did say that, Toby. Great point. He did say that. And that will lead me to say this. Terrence Crawford was on record saying, because Bob, you know, was basically spreading criticism of Crawford's name, saying that he didn't, you know, do too many interviews and promote himself, and he wasn't building up his image and brand out to the boxing fans. But it's a lot of people that don't do that. Canelo doesn't do it. Lomachenko doesn't do it. It's a lot of people that's just not talkative. Even Errol Spence, really, he doesn't talk a lot like that. So we can talk about losing money because of a fighter not being vocal, but he was right. It is up to the promoter. He's the promoter. You're right. Chris on deck. It's not 50-50 fight. Crawford don't want no smoke. Y'all crazy over there, 60-40 and pay-per-view money should make the fight. You need to be a bit more clear when you say what's not. Look, 50-50 shouldn't even be in the equation. I haven't mentioned 50-50 being a part of my dialogue at all. Recently, I haven't talked. Back then, I was saying it's a 50-50 fight based off Crawford credentials. But yet, my conformity was, okay, I'm going with what the numbers is out there. I'm not going to continue to talk on a 50-50 fight if that's not the language that's being used in negotiation. So therefore, I'm pretty much capitulating just a little bit, and I'm going to stay on topic. I've been speaking about them trying to give him 70-30, and people didn't know that. They thought, oh man, Crawford trying to get 45%. You know, he's trying to get 50%. And I put the thumbnail up that it was 60-40. I put it up long before the 65-35 came out. Also, I said what Crawford does, what Crawford does outside the ring, 65%, he only has to do 35 when he steps inside the ring. That was a subliminal of what was going on with negotiation process. You know what I'm saying? If he gives them the 65% out the ring in negotiations, it will only take him 35% to contend in the ring and defeat Errol Spence. The shit was never going to happen because that 35% is crucial. It's crucial because it's a lot of questions as to where Errol Spence, if he can defeat Terrence Crawford at all. There's a lot of shit he has going on in his personal life that people don't want to talk about. And just being an all-around, well-rounded fighter. When y'all come over to this chat, make sure you have some information that we haven't heard in the past several months. You know what I'm saying? I like to be educated myself. So give me some information outside of the old, you know what I'm saying, retreaded debate notes that's out there in the YTC. Shout out to Q to God on deck, man. Lost Art of Boxing. Salute to you, bro. Unique on deck. What's good? Andrew Charles on deck. What's good? It's a free agent in every other professional sport. Always keep multiple options on the table, whether they do it publicly or privately. True words. True words. So if we're talking about publicly and privately, why isn't this being praised for what Crawford has done? You know why? Because or we're participating in a social media platform where individuals group up together for what they consider a chance to get more views with the company of those who I choose to click up with. It's all about them making money. So look, since it's all about them making money, they don't really give a fuck about being neutral and talking about, well, that was fucked up for them to continue to browbeat freaking Crawford during the negotiation process. That was fucked up. They'd rather come out here and they'll take a hot name, because Crawford's name is hot, and every other day or every day you'll see Crawford's name in the thumbnail or the title on what he didn't do. Just take a peek. What Crawford didn't do. Crawford ducked. Crawford needs to take, Crawford isn't 50-50. He need to take less. Crawford haven't fought nobody. You know what I'm saying? Crawford pulled out of negotiations. Crawford fought the fight, ain't happened. If you check out all these channels that are in that little pool, man, you know what I'm saying? They're in that little pool. Most of what they say about Crawford is what numbers Crawford is trying to do, what money they want him to make, what he hasn't done in this negotiation process, what they believe he should do. And none of what they believe he should do is to his benefit. It's always to their benefit. And they're nobody. They're nobody. They just feel like, well, either one, I'm going to talk shit about Crawford, else I'm going to talk shit about Crawford so that another channel, they believe another channel like myself would be upset about it. I don't get upset about that shit. I'm just looking at it like it's a lot of people that's going to say, I'm going to break this shit down. I'm going to tell you what is real. We cannot tell people what is real without it being an opinion if we're not there in the room. How do we know what was going on? What was the time when Crawford received the initial request to the point where he decided to abort mission with PBC? It had to take a lot for him to exhaust everything to say, you know what, I'm pulling the plug on this shit. I'm out. I'm pulling the plug on this. In the meanwhile, let me tell you something. It's me if I'm a commanding officer, if I'm an officer in charge, because I was the data chief officer, when I have people that I'm in charge of, when we go into combat, I'm going in combat with the understanding of what I'm supposed to have, my resources and everything. I have the understanding of a timeline that I need to get services up and running. Services being transmittable service, classified information, unclassified information. I have a timeline. Boom. We get the services up, but also when the service is up, we also have to make a plan B for if the services drop down, we have a backup plan to provide temporary services to certain areas who are capable to disseminate that to the people who need them, instead of those people who are unable to get those services due to a power outage or, somebody cutting a piece of fiber or whatever. You got to have a plan B. In case shit go down, you have to still have a plan B for that information to be disseminated out to a certain location, so those people in those various locations can push that out on the other side until we get this fixed. The words that you're hearing from Crawford having BLK on the hook is grand. That's called leadership. That's called motherfucking leadership. That's called business orientation. You have to be organized in this shit. You just can't shut down one negotiation, right? Because that's where all your time invested. And then you turn around and call up and say, okay, man, we don't have much time. What we need to do? We don't have much time. What we need to do? Oh God, let me try to call up the arena in Omaha. Let me see if they're even available, man. I didn't even think about that. Now you're reacting. He had to do that ahead of time and put it all in play. They know who he is. So he got that shit locked on, got the date locked on, of course, you know. And then, you know, the rest of the business has to be taken care of. So you trying to tell me in a window smaller than what PBC had, they was able to condense all the negotiation, you know, language and everything to come up with a mutual agreement between Crawford and Avanesian to make this motherfucking fight happen? In a smaller window, a smaller organization than PBC, and they was able to make this shit happen, bro. And it's more money that he was gonna make over PBC. Man, come on, y'all. Y'all not being honest with yourselves, bro. When you're in leadership positions, when you're in any type of business position, sometimes it forces you to make arrangements ahead of time. You know what I'm saying? Just keep them on the hook, as they call it. You just keeping that shit on the hook. I'm not using it right now. If I don't need it, I'm not totally invested and committed. I'm not linked up with it fully right now because I don't need it, but I'm going to keep you on the hook. Stand by. Okay? I want y'all to stand by. I got this on working with Errol Spence. Just let me get this. I'm totally focused on fighting Spence. That's smart. Big Blunts and boxing on deck. Salute to you. Ill status. What's good with it? I still don't believe that a guy who dedicated his channel to slandering Crawford is now responsible for lining up an 8-figure fight for him. And one thing I know about you, Andrew, you're very intelligent individual in general, right? So I have to ask you this question and see what your response is. So when you said that guy responsible for lining up, now we have to be very, very clear within ourselves, right? That in what we're saying, words is a sword to life and death. When you're providing him that responsibility, so to speak, you're providing him with a huge, I'm talking about huge, you're providing this guy with a word that's saying responsible for lining. How did he line up anything? Listen to me, Andrew. How did he line up anything if he said Crawford didn't even know that he was with BLK Prime? How did he line up everything? Anything? He said Crawford, when they met, he didn't know he was with BLK Prime. So how in the fuck BLK Prime is going to trust someone who's saying, hey, y'all might want to reach out to Crawford? When did you become connected to take this motherfucking praise? When? When was he, Andrew? If Crawford didn't know him, that he was connected to BLK Prime, what is he considered, a silent partner? What are we talking about? If the money, if he ain't, excuse me, if he ain't connected to the big shakers and movers, because we all know he's not in that organization like that. If Crawford didn't know that he was with BLK Prime, how did they reach out to Crawford ahead of time? How did this all happen? Now that brings us to another stage, right? If we're going to stand on it, and Crawford didn't know him when they met in Newark, then who presented the information to Crawford early on? Who presented the information? Someone for BLK Prime? Did they do it? Are they in the boxing like that? Did they have scouts out there? Because the last time I checked, their talent agent was supposed to be who? Blue, right? So if Blue was the talent agent who said Terrence Crawford didn't know him when he was in Newark, how did they reach out to Crawford early on? Who facilitated that? And if it was Blue who told BLK to reach out to Crawford early in the negotiations, why are we just now hearing about it? Why are we just now hearing about it? And another question to you, Andrew, right? Crawford was, if you check the videos back then several months ago on Blue and how he was up here saying that, this is how the fight's going to play out and what Crawford isn't doing, what Crawford don't do. Why would he be getting BLK to reach out to Crawford to set up a deal if he don't fully support Crawford? Why would Crawford supposedly come into have an encounter with him to say, why are you saying all this stuff about me? It doesn't make sense if Crawford came to check him, but yet they're trying to pretend like Blue had this lining up process. I'm not talking to you, Andrew. I'm just speaking, brother. If Crawford didn't know you was with BLK Prime, but he knew you was talking shit about him, I want to know who encouraged BLK Prime to reach out to Crawford initially, because I'm going to call bullshit on it. I'm going to say somebody else at BLK was reaching out to Crawford behind the scenes. Somebody else was doing it. Because why would a person that don't have anything good to say about Crawford try to get him paid? What the fuck does that mean? What sense does that make for me, World Combat Sports, to try to broker a deal for Errol Spence? And I've been out here talking mad shit about what he's not doing as a fighter, what he's done out in his personal life and all this shit. Why would I be up here trying to assist all of a sudden and convince my audience, hey man, I'm going to slowly start talking good about Spence. I'm going to start really, you know what I'm saying? Things are really going to change. My behavior is going to change about Spence. I really think, deep down inside, he might be the better fighter in this fight. And people are like, what? Oh, hold up. What the fuck? Oh, hold up, man. What's going on? What's going on? What did you say again? What? That's exactly what we saw play out with Blue. So once again, if he didn't know and Crawford came to check him on some words that he had in Newark, and this was last month, who in the fuck dropped the information to Crawford early on and why? Why did they feel the need to speak to him early on about BLK if he didn't know Blue was a part of this? And why did they why didn't Blue say anything about it if he was up here promoting the fight and saying that, the date is supposed to be November, the date this, and this, and this? One or two things. They probably didn't tell him. They didn't tell Blue shit. He may be a partner enough to go out here and try to find a fighter. Right? They probably didn't tell him. Or on the other side of that, they told him, this is what we did. From what I'm hearing, I don't think this fight with Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence is going to happen. But we have a fighter that Terrence Crawford can possibly fight if this fight fall through. Because listen, if I knew information about PBC degrading months ago, even when freaking Errol Spence stepped in there with Dean Sue, because I knew the information. If I knew information like that, I know BLK knew information like that. So if they were smart enough to say, you know what, let's play our hand with this, they would have to be some smart ass individuals, right? This negotiation isn't going to work. It's not going to work. Because they might have said if Crawford agreed to everything, they still not going to give him the fight because they can't. They don't have the money for it. They don't have the investors that's willing to put money into it. This, and this. They start checking off the box. So I'm saying, who reached out? I want Blue to tell me, how many conversations were you on? How many conversations were you on the line for that? How many conversations were you on the line early on when they reached out to Terrence Crawford and started talking these details? And look, I doubt there was some shaky shit going on with a third line party, having people on the line. I doubt Dez did that shit. I doubt he had Blue on the line so he can be privy to the conversation. No, I don't think so, because he never mentioned it. Furthermore, why are you going to bring Brian Norman as your first fighter to sign if you got Crawford on the hook? If you got Crawford on the motherfucking hook, why are you bringing Brian Norman Jr. on to say he's the face. He looked long and hard for a fighter. And you got Crawford. The shit ain't adding up. This shit isn't adding up with when the initial request was sent out to Crawford while he was in negotiation with Spence. And also you have to take in deep consideration who was spearheading this shit right here. This BLK to Terrence Crawford. Who was spearheading it from BLK? It wasn't Blue. So who was spearheading it? Please, somebody tell me. Because if it's me, I'm not getting on here sounding like he did, trying to create shit and act like, oh, I'm part of. How are people lining him up? And Crawford came to check his temperature, supposedly in Newark. He wasn't there to talk about no BLK Prime. And you know I'm not bullshitting, right? You know WCS ain't telling you no bullshit. You know why? Because Blue Blood said it himself. He said Crawford didn't know I was with BLK. So he didn't roll up on freaking Blue and say, I'm here to talk business. He say, dope. Hey, he didn't know I was with BLK. So nigga, if he didn't know you was with BLK, he wasn't pulling up on you to do business. So which leads us back to when all this, oh man, you know, he was he was responsible for lining this whole fight up and everything else. No, he just happened to be attached to individuals who probably told him later on that they was trying to link some shit up with Crawford. And another thing I found out is some other people with BLK that are decision makers that has a hand in this shit. The big boys. They're the ones who was trying to facilitate this shit. See, when you have opportunists, man, that's out here trying to so-called levitate themselves away from everybody else and act like they pulling off a $10 million, $18 million deal, you have to filter through the bullshit, man, and be smart about it. Be smart about this process. Don't call it hating if a nigga out here doing research and calling people and finding out what it really is. Don't call it hating if you can do the research yourself. If somebody say, oh, he didn't know I was with BLK, then guess what? How can you link him up to making the motherfucking deal happen? What did Robert Garcia say earlier? Robert Garcia said this has been going on for months. What was he doing just 2 months ago? He was bringing, him being Blue, was bringing Brian Norman on his panel. He didn't bring Crawford. He brought Brian Norman Jr. on there. A guy who has sparred Crawford. So they know who each other is. You can do your own research. If he wasn't there and he didn't know, all of a sudden you want BLK Prime like you're a silent partner, like you're a big dog, then explain to the people who reached out initially and were you on the phone to listen to any of that. No, you wasn't. Because if you were, you would have more soothing information to tell the people to say, this is what went on. I can tell you for a fact, because earlier, I'm not going to give you a date, but earlier conversation was had. Terrence Crawford said this, and I'm not talking about that bullshit he said on audio that I got. I'm talking about when you know you've been on a conversation and you started out like, we initially reached out to Terrence Crawford. Now, of course, he felt some type of way because he didn't know where this was coming from. And we're not familiar out there when it comes to the promotions and the streaming networks and all this shit. We're new. We're pretty green. I wouldn't say new. We're pretty green when it comes to the boxing side of the house. But the conversation started off a little shaky, and I'll just take you through bits and pieces of it with Terrence Crawford. And then you start going off on what we said. You don't give them the confidentiality details, but you can talk about the overlay on how the conversation went. So you start telling them, initially he said what he said. He was entirely focused on Errol Spence, and he wasn't going to do anything else about Errol Spence. But Numbers were exchanged and everything with people that we can get in contact with, his people, to further do research on BLK, and also to kind of lock in where this is going. You're not here to lock in Errol Spence. So what fight are you talking about? What time frame are you talking about? How do I know you can lock me in to assure that this isn't anything to waste my time when I'm already in negotiations? So it's a whole lot of other people that was involved in this conversation and this entire ordeal. But my point when it comes to Blue is, don't act like you're going to convince me just because you can convince them other dummies that's running around here talking about, I'm going to tell my kids that we had something to do with Terrence Crawford, David Avanesian. That is called 2 words, clout chasing. You can't clout chase shit that you aren't a part of like that. You can't do that shit, man. That's clout chasing, bro. I go on record like anybody else, bro. I always get on motherfuckers to say you dick riding, you clout chasing and shit. But this is the grand example of clout chasing when it comes to the YTC, bro. Exactly, bro. Even in everyday life, you keep as many options open as you can to see what is the best deal that suits you and your family. Anyone who says different is BS. Chris Foster say, man, he's scared of Spence. Let me put that up there. Let me give you some shine, Chris. You come on here talking that little baby shit. You can tell that you in school right now and you stepped out to the damn bathroom and you sent the text out and you got to go back to class because everybody know that's not true. How would he be scared of Spence? What's to be scared of? Except going through negotiations and they trying to treat you like a goddamn brand new slave, old slave, brand new slave, old slave. You know what I'm saying? You got generations of family members that were slave. You know what I'm saying? So you might be a new slave attached to old slaves. So you already know the slave mentality. That's what you sound like. Separate yourselves from other individuals that keep on talking the same bullshit, brother. Remember, Spence only said he wanted Crawford's belt, but wanted to fight Spence. This is my point with that. If he say he's coming for the motherfucking belt, then why put up all these deterrents? Why put up all these deterrents? If you told the people you coming from that fucking belt, right? During the negotiation process, you said you was your own boss. You're on record as saying you your own boss. Then why in the motherfucking hell you cannot sit up here and calm shit down and make it fair to the point where Crawford would easily say, okay, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? I feel this is fair. I'm good. Look, negotiations might have took longer than possible due to the fact that y'all was up here trying to send that man in there with the minimal. And then him making the compromise to take the 35% and the net and everything with some questions in between about approving the expenses and checking out the books. Those two were denied. And then you all sent him back a revision. If Crawford, I'm assuming, sent you back a response and he agreed to everything that you had in there initially, why wasn't the fight date in there? Now, people, what I just gave you right there, you can check around and see if anybody else is stirring this up this way. If Terrence Crawford sent him back a revision or whatever of his understanding, him and his attorneys reviewing that shit, right? Why wasn't the fight date in there? Why would PBC go public and say, I don't think Terrence Crawford and them are fully committed to the fight yet? I mean, anymore. Because we sent them back a revision, right? A revision is what? I don't have to go on here and look up the definition now. If the revision was the fight being scheduled for 23, then that further tells me that Terrence Crawford agreed to the shit, but yet they sent him back something more. They sent him back another obstacle. It's not going to be this year because Terrence said he wanted to fight this year. So if it's not going to be this year, the revision was sent back by PBC and say, oh, it's going to be in 2023. Check your notes, man. We stay on this shit long enough. It's a whole lot of motherfucking questions. It's gonna hit the surface, and you have to ask yourself, how did they tie themselves into the bullshit? If Terrence Crawford sent back to PBC, and the final action that was taken, right, was them sending back that final revision, and on that final revision was in 2023. That's when they was going to fight. Somebody explain to me why that revision wasn't in the initial paperwork that was sent to Crawford, since you're now saying that Crawford seems like they're not fully committed to this anymore. Did you deter them? What was sent to them before that they agreed upon and sent the paperwork back, and then you sent that revision back? You changed something up and sent it back, and the fight's going to be in 2023. If everything you sent and they agreed upon, why wasn't he able to agree on the fight date and we ain't talking no more? We're trying to set up this November date. We're trying to set the shit up in Vegas and we good. Somebody explain to me why, bro. Why wasn't the fight date in that motherfucking paperwork that you sent Crawford that he had to send back to you all? Why wasn't the fight date in there? This is the whole deal that we've been talking about out here, YTC. We've been wondering when the fight month was going to happen. October, November. Bogus. The entire time. But they blaming Crawford, right? So we're up here hoping, wishing, praying that the fight is this year. But yet the final revision that PBC sent back had a revision on it for the next year. Why wasn't the information on the previous paperwork you sent? And Crawford could have looked that over and said, you know what? I don't agree. I don't agree. What you don't agree with, okay? I don't agree with the fight date being next year. But we all know that's not the case. Once again, let me repeat. If they would have sent that fight date with that paperwork that Crawford had previously, that he had to send back to them, and it had the fight date on it, they would have never had to send Crawford a revision on anything, because he would have already seen the year that they was trying to put on this fight. They would have seen it. Team Crawford would have seen the shit already. It wouldn't be up for discussion. They would have came up here and say, you know what, Crawford, Team Crawford sent us the information back. And now they will have to go public. Now they will have to say, and they turned down, they didn't agree to the contract fight date that we had in there. We, the YTC out here in this universe, we're believing that the fight's going to happen in 22. But now they have to come and give us the truth. They would have to say, oh, he turned down that we wanted the fight date to be 2023. What? And people are going to be like, oh, shit. What the fuck? I thought it was going to be Espinosa. I thought it was going to be November. I thought it was going to be November. I thought the fight date wasn't truly dead yet. So if PBC is going to send him back a final revision and you're pointing the finger in the direction of Team Crawford and saying they seem like they're not committed anymore, they've went silent, they haven't responded to our final revision, and on the final revision, the fight's going to be in 2023, who's the fucking blame? PBC. PBC. Because it just goes right along the lines of what they were saying. I've been going through this bullshit with them for months and months, and they keep on adding. Even Letitia put this shit out there. They keep adding. And this proves that that's absolute fact. Because why would Crawford have to send them back anything if he already had all the information? If they agreed to everything, right? if they agree to everything, Crawford, we good. Espinosa come on here and said the fight date ain't totally dead in November. Okay. But guess what? I said, even him, he can come in here and tell a fib. He can tell a fib because he's connected to PBC. You trying to tell me Steven Espinosa saying the fight date ain't totally dead yet, but yet the final revision that was sent to Crawford had 2023 for next year on it? But you up here talking about the fight date ain't dead yet? Bud gonna stop Spence. What's good with it, brother? Bud made Spence his name to the big fish because he knows he's not the boogeyman anymore. I never knew him as being the boogeyman. I just knew him as being this guy that they praised for being a much heavier fighter who had power, who had some sparring stories. You know what I'm saying? But don't that make sense, people? This is the time I have on this shit. Does it not make sense? And I know when people start talking about it, they're not going to give credit where they heard it first. But all I'm doing is speaking with y'all. We having a remote dialogue on this information the way it's supposed to be done. As we have a remote dialogue, we're going to try to piece some shit together. And what I found out, you know, when I was trying to talk to some people, and I was thinking to myself, and it dawned on me, right? If you're gonna have the blame game going on, then you know people need to understand why certain people was in certain positions. Like when I was in the military, I had to do process of elimination. I had to think things out. It was demanded of me to think things out. So when I was thinking of this shit last night, I say, fuck. If they trying to say they didn't get no word back in this bitch, they didn't get no word back from Crawford. It went silent. And I'm saying, okay, what was all the details that caused Team Crawford to go silent? Now, being that everything is floated up in the air, it's coming to the realization that the revision meant next year. That means Crawford has agreed to damn near everything else, but that minor discrepancy was next year. So just like I said about Espinosa, when Blue was up here saying, hey, I told y'all the date. That shows how he didn't even know what the fuck was going on. Because he was up there saying that Espinosa, I told y'all about the date. Espinosa said the date ain't dead. So all along, he's sitting up here trying to convince the listeners that November date is not dead. That just goes to show you how these channels that act like they're so closely connected to the PBC, they don't know shit. Because why would you be sitting up here trying to say, I told you about a November date, when PBC final revision that they was blaming Crawford for going silent? It was the fight in 2023. Somebody explain the November date to me, please. If they was gonna fight in November, and the fucked up thing about it, when I heard this shit months ago, right? I couldn't say anything about it. I didn't want to say anything about it because I wanted to make sure what I was putting out there had some shit, you know, that I can stand on to sustain it. But if you're going to get on here because Steven Espinosa said, oh, they had a November date. Okay, cool. They had a November date. So what I said, I told y'all was November. I told y'all, okay. He said the November date ain't entirely dead. Okay. And I came on here and said, stop it. Ain't shit going on for a fight of this magnitude to be in this short period of time to happen in November. And I said, just because Steven Espinosa said don't mean it's totally true. That man's been in the game too. And what happened? Shortly after he announced that shit. What happened, people? Then one of the head guys from Showtime stepped the fuck down. It's a domino effect, man. This dude from Showtime stepped the fuck down, and now all of a sudden you hearing PBC's in shambles and crumbling to the fucking ground. Not only that, we're putting all this shit together. Me and my audience, we're putting all this shit together with the bogus bullshit. Because I know I'm not going to sit here and allow you fake ass niggas to think that you put together a fight, or you want to give credit to somebody who's all about clout chasing and damn views and shit, but he can't tell the truth to save his fucking life. How is that possible? If Crawford had the paperwork and he sent that shit back to PBC and he felt everything was cool, and they sent him back another revision, not for November, but for next year, why the fuck was people still up here believing? Y'all couldn't figure this shit out? Why would you still up here believing, bro, that Crawford's ducking Spence? If they sent the man the motherfucking paperwork and everything else was good, but when the news broke to us that the revision that they was talking about deterred Crawford away from this negotiation to fight David Avanesian, what the fuck are y'all talking about? He damn near, seems to me, agreed to every fucking thing, and then they sent him back a final revision and he went silent. Team Crawford went silent. You know why they went silent? Because they saying to themselves, what? What happened in November? Not November? Not December? Next year. I said I want to fight this year. Y'all knew I wanted to fight this year. We've talked about that. Everybody and their mama out here on YTC talking about the fight being November. No venue, just Vegas. Am I right or wrong? Why didn't they put the fight date at this far along in the negotiation? Why didn't PBC put the fight date in the original paperwork that they sent Crawford so that can be the final? So when Crawford sent that shit back, cool. You got a November fight date on there. It's going to be in Vegas. It's going to be at T-Mobile, whatever shit they're going to have it at, right? It's going to be these places. Everything is good. I'm going to get the net proceed on the back end. That's where we at, 65-35. Let's get it. It wasn't enough, people. It wasn't enough because they weren't trying to make the fight. They wasn't trying to make the fight. You can't sit up here and blame Crawford without doing your own research, man, and really digging into this shit with multiple shovels. If they sent him the motherfucking paperwork once again, and he read everything, and he sent it back to him, and that fight date was on there, that means the fight date wasn't on there for next year. They left the shit out. They left it out. Then when they sent him back a revision, they had next year in there, and he said, no, I'm not doing this no more. This is pointless. This is pointless, goddammit. I'm out. Now, another question I would like to ask, was there ever a time that they had the option that the fight date would be next year? Because if they had the option for the fight being next year, these negotiations would have been severed months ago. When did this come about? It had to be damn near at the last minute on the backside of when this shit actually, was consummated, done. For them to come out here and break the news and say, oh, all of a sudden, you got Spence sending tweets out. You got PBC saying, oh, we sent the revision. Team Crawford is not responding. It's quiet over there. When did this information? If they would have went ahead and made it perfectly clear that they're trying to fight in 2023, we wouldn't have had Steven Espinosa coming out here saying any of what he was saying. He makes himself look bad and everybody else that's attached to this situation, because he just was on record as saying the November fight date is not dead yet. But yet you're going to send Crawford a revision that says 2023. And he doesn't supposed to abort mission? He doesn't supposed to turn and fight a stay busy fight with Avanesian? Get the fuck out of here, bro. Come on, man. Y'all goddamn take that audio for what it is. Tell me if I'm off. Let me know if I'm off, man. Real talk. Let me know if I'm off. The simple shit, man. The fine little intricate shit. Explain to me why the fuck the fight date wasn't in there and the paperwork they sent to Crawford initially. Why wasn't it there? Why did he have to send the paperwork back and you send a revision? I'm going to go on a limb and say, what if the November date was in there? Right? What if the November date was in there? All the damn purse and monies and all that, you know, with him taking net pay, all that shit was agreed upon. Because Crawford said he agreed to everything, right? He sent that shit back to y'all with a November fight date on there. All the shit he's getting net pay, no guarantee money, 65-30, all this bullshit, right? He agreed to it. Done. He gets a return, a revision. And his people looking through it, and he sees 2023 up there. What the fuck you want him to do? You want him to stay there and send another revision, a response to the revision, and say, you know what, cool, 2023 it is. Now it's October, and Team Crawford is waiting through November, December with fucking nothing. And we out here, hey, man, I guess the fight ain't going to be till next year, man. And the fight ain't going to be the next year, shit. Oh, man, I wonder who did that. I wonder who was the problem for that. Why this fight ain't happening? Why this? Come on, bro. You know I ain't fucking lying, dog. You say what's reported, Crawford reps reached out to Virgil Ortiz for December 10th date in Omaha. I haven't heard that yet. Robert Garcia just stated that he wished that Crawford would have reached out to Virgil Ortiz. Once again, you have an option, Juice. If you can drop the link as to what I can verify with that, because I haven't heard that. You know what I'm saying? I don't think the Virgil Ortiz should have to that fight on such short notice. I wouldn't want Virgil Ortiz to get that ass whooping. Real talk. I wouldn't want him to go in there just because this is a so-called default option. You know what I'm saying? A default option such as this to say that Crawford should fight somebody of a much higher value than David Avanesian, and Virgil Ortiz want to be the guy that steps in on short notice to do this. It's not a good look, bro. You about to take a L and you might get stopped. You got to stay away from these default options. You're building up your career right now. Virgil Ortiz, Jerron Ennis, all these other guys, you know, Jihad Tucker. These guys are waiting to get their shot in the welterweight division for a title. Why take a default option with Terrence Crawford just because you ranked high in the division and you know it's going to be a tough-ass fight on short notice and take that L? That's not smart at all, people. Hey, y'all sub to the channel. If you ain't already sub, hit the like button. Ortiz fighting for his life. He's going to need more time than that. Absolutely. Talk to him. Talk to him, ill status, man. Talk to them. He's going to need more time than just a damn conversation, a suggestion. Man, this is real motherfucking life. That is considered a furious appointment. You're stepping in there with Terrence Bud Crawford. That is considered a furious appointment. Bruce Gas Boxing Jazz some more. Salute to you, Bruce. How you feeling, OG? How you feeling? Bud would have been crazy not to have a plan B because he was dealing with PBC, Showtime and Spence. So any one of them could have pulled the plug anytime, and he had been left high and dry. We've seen the culprits. I said it right here. I told you yesterday I was going to make some phone calls and I'm going to do some process of eliminations, try to do some troubleshooting. What you said makes sense. And it's played out in front of us. The fact that Stephen Espinosa came out here and said what he said, and he was trying to convince the gullible that November is not totally dead yet. What? What? Oh, so all of a sudden Stephen Espinosa don't know what's going on with PBC? So you're trying to tell me as a network, when you drop that information, you didn't have any idea that they was planning on fighting next year? Come on, brother. Come on, man. Y'all better than this, man. Yeah, man, you better than this, man. For real. Y'all better than this, bro. And then it just proves the biggest point of them all, that they continue to add a whole shit out and then throw in the grand finale. He's oh man, we done exhausted him over and over again. Okay, let's hit him with the cliffhanger. Put the drum roll in there. Send. How long it's been? It's been 3 hours? Oh, shit. Oh, damn. It's been a day already? No word? Did he read it? Did you put confirmation receipt on there? Oh, he read it? Oh, shit. God damn. 2 days? Anything? Oh, fuck, man. God damn. I told you, man. He wasn't gonna go for it, dog. He wasn't gonna go for it. But no, they wasn't having no conversation because they weren't trying to make the fight with Crawford happen anyway, man. I hear you, and that makes sense to me. I'm just trying to filter through everything I've been hearing on the YouTube Boxing Grapevine the last couple of days. I feel you, bro. I feel you, but listen, those of you that's tuned in to me, understand that you don't need a lot of people in the chat to vouch for you. Those people that's listening, they're going to do their own research. Just like when you look at BLK Prime and Terrence Crawford, if they reached out to the man, Terrence Crawford people are going to do their own homework. Let's not be stupid and uninformed with this shit, bro. BLK people are going to pique the interest of Terrence Crawford, or they not. In this particular case, through the conversation, which we don't know how long they was on the phone, his people collected the information because Terrence didn't sit there goddamn collecting, taking notes. His people was on there. I don't know. Let's just say Bomac and attorney Crawford was on the phone, conference call, and they up there talking. Nobody's going to convince me that Bomac didn't know about this. Nobody's didn't convince me that his attorney didn't know about this shit. So I'm convinced myself that when they initially heard the news, they went and did research on this shit. Just like I'm saying for my listeners, do your research. Now you definitely can't do the research on what I said about the revisions being sent back. You don't have to do no research. Just think about it. It's out in the public. All you have to do is just process and think about it. If that revision deterred Crawford and made him pull out of these damn negotiations, then why the fuck was that date, that fight date, not in there on the previous paperwork that they sent Crawford? Crawford didn't change the date. Crawford said he wanted to fight this year. He didn't change the motherfucking date. He was ready to fight this year. What about November? Was November on the previous paperwork? It had to be. It had to be because Crawford, it seems like he agreed to everything, and the fight that was on the paperwork, everything was good. So when it was sent back to PBC and they sent back the revision, November's out the question now. They fighting on a whole nother year. Where did that come from? It don't take a damn scientist to put this shit together. If that fight date would have been on there with the paperwork that Crawford had, right? Obviously he had it for quite some time. They've been looking. Do you listen to what I'm saying? Obviously, Team Crawford had the paperwork for long enough time for them to say, oh, they went silent. They seem like they're not committed to the fight no more. But what they didn't tell you is on that revision, it wasn't the fight in November. It was the fight next year. What do you expect Crawford to do? Real talk, people. What do you expect this man to do? We're talking about the biggest fight in motherfucking boxing. We're talking about a contractual transfer of information, negotiations, Crawford receiving the paperwork, agreeing to what they had on there, the fight being November. This is what we believed. The fight being November. Crawford and Spence. Crawford's been on record as saying, and Bernie, the boxer, even said they're going to fight in November. So per the paperwork, November was the fight date, y'all. I mean, the month to fight. November was the fight. Whatever 19, that was the fight. That was agreed upon. That the paperwork that they sent Crawford. I'm clear. I'm confident that November was on there. Not until the paperwork was sent back and PBC on record as saying that we sent the revision back to Team Crawford and we heard nothing. You know why the fuck you didn't? Because y'all want to move this shit to damn 2023 after he had agreed to all the other shit that y'all had on there and the November date. The reason why we didn't believe the November date, because it was nothing outside for us to grab onto. It was no venue. You know, we just had heard that the date was something that was out there. So what if the date was in the contract for November? He agreed to that, but yet y'all didn't carry forward with it because y'all didn't have no plans of that November date. What happened? Why would y'all mislead us and believe that the fight was going to take place in November? If it was on the paperwork that y'all sent Crawford and he agreed to the fight date because he want to fight this year. When did December come into play? Did y'all have December? No, you didn't have no fucking December. So you had November, right? Why did you send back a revision with a damn date for next year? Who came up with that plan at the last minute? And why didn't you let Crawford know in the paperwork that's where you was headed? That's the direction you was going. 2023. Stop thinking about this year. The fight isn't happening. We're setting our sights on 2023. Boom. Negotiations are over. And we would have been talking about something different. Shout out to Shaw News, the Sauce Experience, aka Showtime. Shaw on deck. What's good with it, bro? He knew he really had no intentions of really trying to make that fight. That's why he said in LA, if this fight doesn't happen, it's not on my end. Yep. We know what was going on, right? Hold on for a second. We know what was going on. Let me see, do I have that shit? Hold on for a second. Let me see. Salute WCS in the chat. Smash the like button. And for those of you that didn't know, this is Hot Grease Chronicles, episode 69. You already know. Hot Grease, 8 figures. You feel me? 8 figures. Let me see. Warriors, what's good? Warriors Boxing LLC on deck. Salute to you. Rakeem, salute to you, brother. I was saying the opposite. Crawford wanted to fight Spence when they both had 1 belt. Spence got 3 belts, just to lowball Crawford several years later. Hey, man, y'all smart like I say, man. Y'all smart enough to do the process of elimination. Well, when people sit up here and they have this closed-minded idea that it depends on how many people that you have in your chat to influence how you think as a human being, it's just senseless. It's fucking senseless, y'all. Like what I came up with in this whole situation is just what I thought. I thought both sides. I thought Crawford. I thought about Spence. But what stands out most to me is when you talk about the turnoff, like the point of no return. You know what I'm saying? The line of departure. When he chose to abort mission and go in the direction of BLK. Fuck everything else when I said about Blue. I'm talking about what was in the motherfucking paperwork. What's in the paperwork? What was in the paperwork and what was missing from the paperwork? If 2023 would have been in that motherfucker initially and he sent that shit back, it wouldn't have been no other revisions except something they wanted to just put in there. No, the biggest deal was the fight date. Come to find out, the biggest deal was the fight date, y'all. How clear does it get on who was holding up the fight? So I'm telling you, all other channels is up here saying the same motherfucking thing. Take my words for what it is, man. You have my permission. Take them words and damn figure it out. Why the fuck would they send back a final revision and say they're not hearing any type of damn activity? They're not seeing, they're not seeing getting any type of activity in response to their final revision. What they refused to tell y'all was that it was for 2023. So Crawford pulled out of the fight, and people up here talking about he's a black eye for boxing, and he reserves the black backlash, and he don't know what he's doing. Take my words for what they are, and slap yourself. You slap yourself really, really good. Better yet, go out there and find a cactus and hand that bitch to somebody. I'm talking about not a lightweight, somebody who looked like they work out just a little bit. And tell them, say, can you just take right here? Yeah, just go ahead, slap. Just swing that motherfucker. Because they're not even willing to be open-minded enough to say, this is what I see in this whole process right here. Why did Crawford do this, this, and this? Crawford obviously sent back the paperwork. It verifies it because they had to make a revision. Why the fuck a revision have to be 2023, man? And we up here talking about fucking November. Why would the revision be 2023 and Espindosa's up here talking about the fight date ain't dead yet? Who the fuck is fighting in November there, Espindosa, if your people is sitting up here talking about the revision is 2023? Crawford has been on record as saying that. Get the fuck out of here, bro. BP turned down boots on Showtime. Showtime wanted to sit in the driver's seat. What the fuck are they doing? Let them, just like Floyd, let Oscar drive the car. Mayweather Promotions first came out. You do the co-promo. D Young, what's good? So shout out to Bill's Boot Camp. What's good? He said the Fanboy channel acting like they disappointed. Talking about he could have waited a couple of more months. Once again, all right, we got 18 people in this bitch, right? 18 sound-minded individuals, bro, right? And the others that's peeking in from the outside. You're good. I know you learned something today. That's what it's about. I know you learned something today. But just what Bill's boot camp said, right? They have individuals out there saying that Crawford could have waited a couple more months. Now, if Crawford sent back the paperwork, we don't know. Like I said before, we don't know how long the PBC held on to that paperwork because it's getting close to November. So they could just get the paperwork back if Crawford has signed off on everything that they wanted him signed off. Okay, it's October already. They waiting on to see what's going on. This man is in the gym. He's in there training. He's getting ready, prepared, all that shit. So they had to come back in a timely manner. I don't know what that timely manner could consist of. I'll be guessing. If I gave you an answer, I'll be lying. Even in an opinion-based response, I don't know what the time frame was. But let's just guess, right? Let's just say the time is ticking away. November date is supposedly what's on the mind of Team Crawford. And they're communicating, hey, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? I mean, y'all gonna send that shit back? What's up? What's up? I mean, it shouldn't be nothing to think about right now. I agreed to what y'all wanted. I agreed to everything you wanted. Then they finally get the paperwork back. And the shit for next year. Go figure. It makes very good sense to pull out and go to plan B. You are justified, Team Crawford. They are justified. Business-wise, they are motherfucking justified. Because no matter what he would have checked off in agreement, they was going to continue to move the needle until they flatline you. And that flatline would have been going to the end of the year. Those 2 months, right? Going to the end of the year and looking stupid. You think that man don't have to eat? He needs to eat too. He wanted to make a check this year. They wanted that man to experience the agony of defeat, bro. Look, let's be honest with ourselves, right? How frustrating would it have been to go through the holidays and you in negotiations with PBC and Errol Spence and nothing happened? The November day, it's October already. Nothing fucking happens. So you know damn well the fight off in November. In the meantime, you could have been making plan B happen and earning a check. This is what people has to be clear about. You can say he ducked all he want, but what is a fucking duck on BoxRec? If you find me an area on freaking BoxRec to say, you know, the YTC said he ducked, let's put an asterisk by that. That's not the way it fucking works because you say it. For that man to use his alternate, his option, and what I'm understanding, he exhausts every measure possible during the negotiation. But what said no, that's enough, is when they want to move it to next year. So, of course, that means November is out the window. That means Espinosa came on here and was lying to the people. That means Terrence Crawford and his people did an absolutely phenomenal job, business-wise, to take themselves out of the motherfucking equation with PBC, which was going 0 steps forward, and go over here and attempt to make 8 figures. Not 8 figures from WCS, but 8 figures per the news that was released by Mike Coppinger. So you tell me what it is, people. Salute King, I'm chilling, just bugging on this Bud Crawford shit. And BP turning down Boots on Showtime. Who's BP again? Let me see. I'm stumped right now. And BP turning down Boots on Showtime. Bud duck Boots for David Amnesia. Bud Duck Boots. I don't give a fuck. You have a chance to make it, you make it. I'm not clear on what you mean by have a client. Y'all can come up with all the names with David Amnesia or whatever. But what we are gonna remember there, Warriors Boxing, is the fact that Bud made 8 figures. If it indeed holds up, we're gonna know he made 8 figures. And you need to redirect the ducking. You need to redirect towards the IBF lane. You know, get off the emergency shoulder, get back into traffic, get into the lane that says IBF, and drive up there and, you know, find out what's going to happen with the IBF mandatory. Because what's just out is that Boots them submitted a request to order Errol Spence face him for the IBF mandatory. You know what I'm saying? So you should be looking at Boots being attached to Errol Spence, not Boots attached to freaking Terrence Crawford, who was trying to make a undisputed fight. You sound like a freaking rookie, like you green to the sport, man. Come on, bro. Like, why would he be trying to automatically try to go for Boots Ennis when he can take a stay busy fight to step back in there and fight for the titles if they are going to revisit this shit in 2023, bro? It sounds good. Black Prime. Okay, let me see what you was talking about then. Bugging on the Bud Crawford shit and Black Prime turning down Boots on Showtime. Bud Duck Boots. And I'm not sure what you're getting at, man. You might be talking some shit that's in, you know, this in favor of Bud, man. Like I said, you know, reading people's stuff sometimes, they be in a car. I'll just wait till you post again. Okay, once they saw Bud versus Arrow was next year, the next big name is Bud versus Boots. Not at all. Who told you that? Who told you that, brother? I mean, what are you going with this? The next big name is Bud and Boots. I'm gonna tell you, man. Bud Crawford and Boots Ennis, it's not an easy fight for Boots, bro. It's not an easy fight for Bud. That's a tough fight both ways. I don't know why people are throwing these names up here. First, you know, they want to say Virgil Ortiz, and then it's Boots Ennis. They tried that shit when Boots just got out of a fight with Sean Porter, and Arrow was due to fight with Dennis Ugas. They were saying, oh, what is Bud doing? Bud ain't know he can fight Ennis. He can fight Ennis. He can fight Ennis. We can go with big names all day long, bro. With those names come money. Now, once again, I'm not trying to break this shit too far down for you, Warriors, Warriors Boxing LLC. But who is Boots signed to? Who is Boots signed to, brother? You saying what the fuck I mean? Who is Boots signed to, bro? Who is Boots signed to? He signed straight to a network now, right? So you trying to tell me, oh, that's going to be an easy fight to make? That would have been just the easiest fight to make, right? He's not signed to PBC. He signed straight to the network, right? He has a new deal to just win the place. Are you figuring that out? Are you thinking about that, brother? Like, really? Are you thinking about that? You just say it's an easy fight to make, like they're going to fight at Walmart parking lot. Isn't Bud dealing with that side of the street? And they couldn't make the shit happen? Then the guy from Showtime just damn quit. Who is Boots signed to? Matchroom? Man, do better, bro. Man, I'm not spending too much time with you, bro. I'm not spending too much time because you're trying to make it about you saying dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? You're not even thinking about who Boots is signed to and who Crawford's been trying to do negotiations with. They're all linked up together. Yeah, if they would Showtime, well, go over there and ask the people at Showtime, right? The same ones that came out here and said the November fight date ain't dead yet. Go ask them why it was so difficult for all this shit to happen with PBC, who's linked up to Showtime. They couldn't even make freaking Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence. So all of a sudden they supposed to just go say, okay, Errol Spence and Boots, that's what we need to do. How's that gonna work out? He's supposed to take another 6 months. Look, you're the only one bringing that shit up. It makes no sense at all. Ain't nobody trying to say, oh man, he should do that. What about Errol Spence? Errol should be the one fighting Boots. Errol Spence should be the one fighting Boots. That's his mandatory. Why is Errol Spence fighting the easy route, Stanthionis? Why isn't he facing Boots Ennis? If he's not fighting Crawford no more, you should be over there on somebody else's channel saying, hey, Errol Spence should be fighting his mandatory in Boots Ennis. Figure that shit out. Figure that shit out, bro. Figure it out. Because why is he once again taking the easy route, bro? Why is he taking the easy route? Hold on for a second. As a Bud fan, I want EJ to fight Boots. That's just making EJ resume better than Bud. As a Bud fan, I wouldn't want EJ to fight Boots. That's just making EJ resume better than Bud. I would rather Bud get Boots for his resume. Nah, not at all, bro. Like to be honest with you, Jay Smith, man. I'm assuming you're a pretty knowledgeable person at boxing. Boots only has Sergey Lipinets on his resume, bro. You cannot add Thomas Delorme or Custio Clayton, brother. What are we talking about? We're going off the eye test of his physical abilities from a boxing standpoint, right? But when it comes to the competition, he has not come close to facing anyone to the name of Terrence Bud Crawford or Errol Spence. Period. I know you can hype him up all day, every day, and Boots is the truth, for real. He has a bright future ahead of him. But y'all need to stop overlooking the fact that his best opponent, Sergey Lipinets, are recent. Hey, I don't mind y'all coming here, coming here talking or whatever you're talking. As long as you keep it on boxing. You know what I'm saying? You start, dropping all that other shit, trying to troll me, I'm going to kick you out. That's just what it is. You got to be able to come with some smoke that's relevant to what the fuck I'm talking about. Not all this other shit just to troll, man. I'm past that. Look, when you talk to a person like me, right, you don't have to use all those capitalizations. I can motherfucking read whether it's damn non-caps or caps, bro. And then you don't have to capitalize obscenities, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's easy for me to just kick you out. It's easy for me. I thought you came in here and you wanted to talk about the topic at hand, about some of the points I made or whatever the case may be. All that other stuff you're talking about, man, it's irrelevant, bro. I got control over here on my shit, bro. Be respectful to me and my motherfucking supporters. If you ain't coming over here talking about something that's relevant and conducive to the points I've made, all you have to do is leave. Feel me? Come on, man. Boost is arrow mandatory, so y'all. Look. I'm trying to make this point, right? Bozy was just on record as saying that arrow haven't fallen mandatory in 4 years. They paid Stantione step aside money to bullshit for this fight as if they really want it. And come to find out, they changed the motherfucking date. But yet the Spencerholics around here running, talking about Bud did this, Bud doing that. And a lot of grown ass men is just like acting as if they cannot do this small math problem. November date, 2022, 2023. That's as simple as it get. That freaking equation right there is as simple as it get. What were we out here talking about the entire time? 2022. What did Crawford want to fight? 2022. What was Spence and Crawford saying to fight? It's going to happen this year. It's going to happen this year. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. And then all of a sudden, PBC puts it to 2023. Come on, man. I'm just going to skip over that shit. It's easy for me to, I'm just going to skip over it. It ain't doing nothing for me, bro. I heard more about Virgil and Bud than I have Boots and Bud. For real. You know what I'm saying? And we all know when, Virgil is there. You know what I'm saying? Virgil is there. But also, we've heard that the article that came out about certain boxes being mandatories. If you have a mandatory, is it okay for everybody else to face their mandatory? Were y'all saying this about Teofimo Lopez? He had a mandatory, right? He had a mandatory. Plenty of people. Gennady had a mandatory. You know what I'm saying? There's so many people that had the mandatory when it was out there, but all of a sudden, they want to put other people's mandatory off on the guy who has one belt. They want him to be a voluntary. But yet, Spence, he hasn't really said the name of a Jaron Ennis, who's a mandatory. Now they got to submit paperwork in order that he fight. And look, while you here, he about to vacate that belt. He ain't stepping in there with dang Jaron Ennis. He's about to vacate that motherfucker, period. Black Prime is stupid for using David versus Bud instead of Boots, knowing it's available unless you're scared he might lose. Man, y'all dudes, they must have let out school early, huh? They didn't have enough sack lunches to go along, so they said, hey, parents, we're going to let out early a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Just to get some fresh air and all that. We didn't have enough bologna sandwiches to go around, you know what I'm saying? We didn't have enough bologna sandwiches and stale chips to go around. What are you coming here with this stale information for, bro? I told you what I told you about it. What you saying don't make sense. This is what I think is going on right here. The reason why we have someone in here putting Boots, this is probably from someone from Philly. You know what I'm saying? It's probably someone from Philly or something. You know what I'm saying? They want to come in here and they mad about what I said yesterday. About, the other day about Coach saying what he's saying about Crawford. Now they over here, you know what I'm saying, with their panties all up, with a grown man wedgie and shit. And they mad about what I said, bro. Ain't nobody over here talking about Boots Ennis and freaking Terrence Bud Crawford. They talking about why haven't Errol Spence face his mandatory, brother. That's what they talking about. He is the mandatory. Nobody's talking about anything. And why would whatever BLK Prime want to do about whoever the fighters they select, they have to make good on those fighters. You can't just pick big names and you ain't getting them in the ring. We still don't know if this fight is going to hold up on the date. But what we do know, a solid fighter like Brian Norman Jr. was chosen, selected selected. All the false ass promises. Oh, we're going to make him huge. We're going to do this and that and the other. Nothing fucking happened, bro. That's all I'm saying. Nothing happened. That's all I'm saying, man. Nothing happened. Well, I understand. You got some cats over here from Philly that's all upset trying to push Boots Ennis. I ain't got no problem with Boots Ennis, man. You know, like I said, he gonna be a world champion. You know what I'm saying? But you come in here, you're not even really saying anything of importance, man. I didn't even think of that. Of course he ain't gonna let him fight freaking Terrence Crawford. Why does he have to all of a sudden... Look, why does he all of a sudden, if he's the one that's making moves? Because listen, Blunts, check this out, brother. If they're always trying to say who's in charge and who's making moves, right? This is where I try to explain to the people when it comes to them talking about Errol Spence. They speak about what Errol Spence should be doing all the time. I just mentioned this earlier. He should be doing. He's the one that did the heavy lift. He should be making all the calls and decisions and this, that, and the other. Now we have some clowns on deck, right? Where it's Terrence Crawford is in a position where he is not signing anybody. He can make the moves. Are they saying he can make the moves in this and he can pick and choose who he wants? No. They're trying to tell him who he can pick and choose. You see the difference? They're trying to tell him once again what he should be doing as a fighter. All the time. Hell, he should be doing this. He should be fighting this. But with Errol Spence, it's always like, well, what they should be doing for him is this. He deserves this. He is the A side. He should be getting the lion's share. He should be praised for what he doing. He got the legacy record. He's the better fighter. He's this. But when it comes to Terrence Crawford, once again, these hating ass black people, you know what I'm saying? They'll come over here and they'll say, well, Terrence shouldn't be doing this. He should be doing this right here. He shouldn't be doing this. He shouldn't be doing that. Come on, bro. I heard it. Come on, dog. Come on, man. He should be fighting Virgil. He should be fighting Deron Ennis. Let that man make his own moves like he's been doing. This man is making business moves, but y'all busy up here saying what he should be doing. Hey, I don't care. Look, I don't care about any of that. You know how many people done came over here and say, oh, I got the inside. You sound biased as fuck to me, brother. I don't care where you at. You sound biased. You coming over here pushing Boots Ennis, and he's not even a topic of the conversation. We're talking about BOK Prime. We're talking about when Blue Blood actually received the information. We're talking about breaking this down to a timeline of why in the hell the PBC did not put a fight date in the paperwork that was sent to Terrence Crawford previously. So when he sent back that paperwork to them, the paperwork that they revised, maybe they wouldn't have to revise it if the November date was in there. Because it seems like to me, Terrence Crawford agreed to the November date and everything else. And they did what? They switched it up. Oh, we're talking 2023. Sorry for wasting your time. If you can just wait through the holidays, we can make everything work out in 2023 on the new year. Man, come on, bro. Come on, man. It's much bigger than this content creation. Man, y'all are human beings, man. You either choose to dig deep into something, or you choose just to stand on the surface and twiddle your thumbs, man, and listen to what everybody else is talking about. Say, I'm cool with Bud getting the bag. but it's the opponent he chose to fight. Once again, when it comes to Bud Crawford, he does not get an amniodrum. It's amazing. This is after a fighter had already picked up the WBA and the WBC title. Bud Crawford doesn't get the opportunity at the end of his career to have an amniodrum. Even though Abner Yildirim was coming off a loss, and it had been several months and him not being in the ring. People come up with the most suitable excuses. Oh man, they promised him that. They had to keep their word. Okay, what about PBC keeping their word in the November fight date? Let me know what that's about. And then why are you once again trying to dictate who Bud Crawford is freaking fighting when half of y'all niggas wouldn't have fought, wouldn't have purchased the fight anyway? Y'all would have motherfucking stole it. Y'all sitting over here trying to act like y'all advocates and shit. Like y'all band of brothers. Oh man, he should have fought somebody better than that. Are you buying the fight? No, you're not. Oh man. Thanks for the attention though. It's all good. Well, Brian Norman say neither fighter ducking. I'm gonna stick with Brian. Hey, you can stick with who you want to. Who am I to tell you who to stick with, brother? Oh, you must be saying that to the people in the chat. I'm not persuading people who to stick with. And you've mentioned that before. Did I say anything? You can go with who you're going with. That's not even the reality of this conversation or this live stream has been on for 2 hours. That's not even who you're sticking with or going with based off what Brian said. That's not even part of the conversation. Part of the conversation is way deeper than that now. We're not sitting up here skipping around the damn, the idea of a fighter being scared of one another or a fighter ducking one another. No. We're getting deeper than that. We're way deeper in the boxing aquatics, bro. This ain't motherfucking snorkeling. We're way deeper in the boxing aquatics, goddammit. This is where it has to deal with PBC and those individuals that's handling the negotiation. They changed the motherfucking date, and y'all mad at Terrence Crawford. They did not satisfy their initial request per the contract. What the contract was stating was November. All of us seen it. You know what I'm saying? We can assume that November was the date. We can't switch it up now because everybody was jumping on Steven Espinosa. He said November. See, the date was official. Okay, so if the motherfucking date was official and November was the date, you expect Crawford, once the damn final revision came back, to go outside of that date and wait to 2023 when the initial agreement was November? He don't have the right. You're telling me he don't have the right. He's not justified in a move to plan B. Y'all not sounding like you know what I'm saying, in sound mind and body. You're not acting like you in sound mind and body, bro. Find out for us, Jack. Find out for us. I asked that question too. I would like to know. Y'all have to understand, if you want to put all these other names up here with fighters like Crawford and Spence, you have to understand, right, that it's going to be tough fights. Y'all are putting these names up here as if Bud is scared to fight either one of those fighters who never stepped in there inside those ropes with the level of competition of an Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford. Y'all are just going off the eye test from the opposition that they have currently dispersed. You understand me? They ain't fought nobody on their resume the quality of a Bud or Errol. Let's be honest with ourselves. Let's be honest, man. If you are a manager and you have fighters in your stable, dude, kudos to you. But you're telling me Who should be fighting who? For what? That is not Bud's freaking damn mandatory. And why are you putting it out there as if Bud's gonna have a problem? Bud is gonna have a problem with this guy. We don't know that. So you have fighters in your stable, but yet you're not looking at his toughest op on his resume is Sergey Lipin. Yes, 140-pound former champion, bro. Come on, man. It's a whole different conversation, bro. You asking me about Arrow now. Now we switching up because this has nothing to do with Arrow. This has nothing to do with Errol Spence. This has nothing to do with Errol Spence because listen, let's just say Errol Spence was the independent and Bud Crawford was signed with PBC. Who would the blame go to? Bud fucking Crawford. Because you would say, oh man, he didn't want the fight anyway. They changed the date on there. So he ain't fucking winning, bro. He ain't fucking winning. If Errol was the one that was in Bud's position right now, and he turned down the motherfucking negotiation, he turned off the negotiations to go over there to David. He said, good. He should have did it because Bud didn't want the fight. Errol should have went over here and fought David Avenesian because he spent all that time and Bud didn't want the fight. Him and Al Heyman was playing around and they changed the date. So good. Errol, go do what you want to do. You go, boy. Good job. Great work. That's what would have happened. That's what would have happened. No shit. Showtime want to be in charge. No shit, they want to be in charge. They're not supposed to be in charge. They supposed to, right? What is it going to be? What is it going to be? You want a fighter to be independent, or you want a fighter to be walking around here, fulfilling the natural format of having a promoter and shit like that? Which one is going to be? Because, when they was crying about Terrence Crawford being with Top Rank, he's no longer with Top Rank, and he's getting chastised and ridiculed for going over here fighting David Avenesian, which, in my eyes, he has the ultimate choice to make his own decisions, right? The same way they was bigging up Canelo Alvarez when he became a free agent, right? Right? You got to keep the same motherfucking energy. Y'all can't continue to walk around here and say, oh, well, Canelo fought goddamn Avenue Yildirim. That was different. That was different. You trying to tell me that Crawford can't pick David Avenesian? The man is in the backside of his career, three-weight champion, formerly undisputed, on the pound-for-pound list, bro. The same as Canelo Alvarez. He can't have an Avenue Yildirim. You're sounding biased. You're sounding biased. You're sounding biased. So Warriors Boxing, if November's too soon, explain this to me, brother, right? Explain this to me. Why did Steven Espinosa just come out and say the fight date ain't totally dead, but yet and still what's going on behind the scenes between Crawford and Spence or PBC or whatever is that the paperwork was sent. And he's still out here trying to convince us that the November date is not dead yet. But in reality, behind the scenes, PBC just sent back a revision and went public and said, hey, they haven't heard too much from Team Crawford no more. They went silent. I don't think they committed to making this fight happen. But come to find out, truth be told, the date has been changed. The revision was sent back and it was 2023. That's not what we've been talking about out here. We've been talking about them deuces. We've been talking about 2-0 deuce deuce, 2-0 deuce deuce, 2-0 deuce deuce. That's what we've been talking about. We ain't been talking about no 2023. So, hey, Buddy ended up getting the motherfucking revision, saw that shit. He don't have justification to walk the other way so he can get a bag? Come on, man. Come on, bro. I appreciate you coming here telling me what I need to do, but you didn't come over here talking about the business side. You know what I'm saying? You know, your tag says limited liability, the LLC, and much respect to whatever business side you have going on. Now you're trying to say I don't know the business side, like I'm trying to be a part of the business side. I don't have any fighters like you, or none of that. You didn't come over here talking the business side. You was coming over here making a suggestion on what Bud Crawford should do. That's what you was doing. You was making a suggestion. He's not in your stable. You're not a part of the negotiation process. So guess what? You and I in this position are the same, brother. Me and you are the same. I'm praising and suggesting he should have went over there and fought David Avanesian. You are suggesting he should fight Boots because it's a bigger name. Me and you are making suggestions. We're not talking about business. So why are you telling me you got to learn the business side? I'm not planning on having no fighters in my charge, bro. I'm not planning on having no fighters. That's not what I'm here to do. That's what you are doing. So you got to understand, if the temperature I'm giving you is exactly what I'm getting from you, you're trying to lecture me on what your opinion is about what Bud should do, and then turn it around and act like it's business. Enlighten me on the business part of it. What numbers have Boots Ennis did on pay-per-view to be a good dance partner with Terrence Crawford? Okay? Because you ain't talking to no dummy, bro. So look at it this way. Isn't that the reason why Bud Crawford and Errol Spence, they were saying it wasn't lucrative enough? Because they both aren't these pay-per-view type of stars, you know what I'm saying? So they was kind of hesitant about investing and thinking the fight would do big numbers, right? Right? So let me ask you this. When it comes to Bud Crawford and Jaron Ennis, how's Jaron Ennis one of those people that can, enhance Bud Crawford's pay-per-view and step in the ring? Because he ain't did no pay-per-view numbers like that. He has not did pay-per-view numbers like that. So if it's all about the business and we're talking about just simply what Crawford should do, shouldn't Crawford take that in consideration to say, you know what? Jaron Ennis is not going to give me any more higher numbers on the business side, nor is David Avanesian. Both of them don't have a history of pay-per-view numbers, period. Now, from the eye test, you want to go off the eye test, the popularity. Guess what? We already been there, done that. We going through that shit with Crawford Spence. Spence being the more popular fighter, Crawford isn't. And look where we at. We at ground zero. We have moved no further up the damn ladder for this fight because they saying, oh, we ain't going to make no money. They haven't really proven themselves. We ain't going to do this. Come on, brother. Man, this ain't about no business. We passed that, man. We're so far from the business point. He's fighting David Avanesian, man. Why y'all trying to sit up here and act like the man don't have a choice to do shit? Going on, Willie, man. Team Bomb Squad on deck. Salute to you, bro. Tell the champ I was digging that beat, man. I was digging that Caribbean style beat, to his video. You know what I'm saying? Yesterday. That's the first time I seen it yesterday. No, Blunts. It's cool, bro. I'm just talking. I can't sit up here and figure out who you're talking about. I'm just reading it. I'm just reading it, bro. We good. You know what I'm saying? We good. We good, man. Was Ugas easy for Danny? Was Ugas easy with Danny? Bud isn't hasn't fought no one at 47 that wasn't already washed up. See, there you go. That's your opinion, and that's what we saying. It's not business. You're coming over here now to dive back into conversations of debate that has absolutely nothing to do with the current topic. The current topic is the transition from Terrence Crawford releasing himself out of the negotiations to going to BLK Prime. My primary interest was, when did the talks actually begin? When did they initially reach out? How long was it between the initial time that they reached out to Bud Crawford to the point where Team Crawford decided to sever communications after receiving that revision that said 2023? Also in between that time is all the other shit with this going on with Blue saying he's this, that, and he's a partner. I want to know, was he privy to the conversations? Who was privy to the conversations? What was said in the conversations to a point? What numbers were discussed? How did you lock in Terrence Crawford? Was it strictly off conversation, or did you have to drop him a small bag to say, okay, this is where we at. I'm going to drop you this amount of money to lock it in. We good? We good. Okay. When did that happen? Because he said he was entirely focused on Spence initially, and he wasn't dealing with them. I'm just trying to find out when did he decide to go with plan B, lock in the arena. The funds were discussed. The date was discussed. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about all this retreaded, recycled, plastic ass media information that's out here that I've been on plenty channels and debated about. I'm just being honest with you, that Warriors Boxing. All you saying about washed up, man, we've been there, done that, past that. We can say the same thing about freaking Errol Spence's resume. It's always going to be a debate about resumes, bro. Hey, don't tell him. You know, go to E-Thrillers, and go to E-Thrillers freaking live he did, you know, on Errol Spence's leftovers resume. Go check it out, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't have time to do it today. They broke down Bud resume become undisputed the other day, and they had valid points. I hear the resume argument a lot, but how can we say who the better one? By the way, I'm neutral in this. I don't have a favorite dog. I like Spence style. Bud can do what he wants. Do me PBC have to entertain him later. I said if he's gonna charge his fans to see, make it worth it. How's he charging his fans, bro? Don't you think if Bud Crawford was freaking out here trying to take the heads off of his consumers, don't you think it'll be higher than $39.95? Don't you think it'll be higher than $39.95? You think he's really setting the price point or be okay? You said I need to learn the business, right? So I'm talking to you about the business. If this is a dang streaming service that's charging $39.95, what the hell does Bud got to do with it? He doesn't have any control over that. It's them BLK Prime compeers. That's all you can see me as, a fan who's talking about areas of what I see playing out. Just so happens some of those areas deal with numbers and deal with certain decisions that's being made. I don't know for certain what 8 figures mean to me. You know what I'm saying? 8 figures doesn't exactly mean 10 million across the deck. You know what I'm saying? These would be people out here just running with shit. I don't know if David Avenesian is getting 8 million. I don't know if these numbers are true. I don't know. All I'm doing is basically scrubbing the surface for information that I've heard and been able to do a little bit of research on, and that's what I'm going with. But what we do know as far as the numbers, that a lot of people was up here running with that November date for 2. And if the final revision came back for 2023, that would piss a lot of boxers off. They didn't want the fucking fight. If it was for 2022 and they tell me, oh, it's happening in November, it's happening in November. And then they sent back the final revision and going to go up here and say, oh, we haven't heard nothing from Team Crawford. They've been silent. I'm like, what the fuck you expect? He was trying to fight this year for the freaking unification for the undisputed. And y'all goddamn moving the motherfucking goalposts all the way into the highway. Okay, like I said, that's your opinion. You telling me Bud don't want to get smoked, it does nothing to change my behavior, my temperature, nothing, bro. Like I said, listen to what you're putting in there. You're talking about, this is all about You got fighters in your stable and all that. So therefore, wherever you are, remember what you're saying. You have fighters in your stable that you have to deal with, not me. Not me. You do. I'm talking about the topic at hand. You're saying I should know the business, but you're gonna put on you're gonna put in here Bud don't want to get smoked. Is that in the contract? Bud don't want to get smoked. I mean, come on, bro. That has nothing to do with business, bro. That has nothing to do with business. No doubt, Willie. No doubt. I got a feeling. I'm going to do something for you, brother. I'm going to do something for you, brother. This link is only for Warriors Boxing. Come on, Warrior. Come on. Come up here and chop it up. I want to hear your business part in this situation with BLK Prime and PBC. I want to hear your take on that. I want to see your take on it. I want to hear your take on that. You talking about why leave and all that? He's just supposed to stay there and goddamn stall out and waste his fucking time for a situation that's not even getting him any closer to the ring. This link is for you, brother. Come and help me understand the boxing aspect of it. Since you have fighters in your stable, I want you to, kind of, get you might know, tell me something. I'm all about education, brother. The link is for you, man. What location you out of? Where you at? It say devices are not connected, brother. You got to sign in and stuff like that. I'm here to be educated. I've been on here, 2.5 hours. Brother, I'm going to be honest with you. If you educate me, I have no problem with listening. You know what I'm saying? If you're not, I'm not going to sit up here and go about, debate material that's out here. Resume shit, what so-and-so didn't do in the amateurs, who they fought, Gamboa hurt him here, Crawford was hurt, got his mouthpiece knocked, Errol Spence got his mouthpiece knocked out, all that. I don't want to hear none of that. It said your device is not connected, brother. I can't bring you on if your device ain't connected, whoever you are. Let's see. In that case, stay on ESPN. If you don't care about the bag, AK back end, that's where the money comes from. So once again, you're talking about the business. He didn't leave Top Rank because of the money. The man was getting a high guarantee, brother. He left Top Rank because it was the last fight on his contract, and he said he wanted to fight Spence. So if he couldn't make it when he was with Bob Arum, and he didn't have confidence Bob can make it when he wasn't with him. So he moved on like everybody wanted him to do. So now they still dissatisfied. They mad, angry. Bud is a free agent. They want him to go over here to the secondary plantation. Oh, this looks a little different. This looks a little different. The link is for you, brother. You gotta log in properly. You know what I'm saying? You can't come over here, as a Decepticon, and all that. Come on, brother. I want to be educated on the current events. All right. I don't want to hear the stuff back in the day about this resume shit. I want to hear about the BLK. I want to be taught about how BLK Prime is going to be able to source these funds. How they're going to how if BLK never presented a fight of this stature or these fighters, Terrence Bud Crawford, for the amount of money, how are they gonna pull people in to pay $39.99 for a fight and Crawford and between Crawford and David Avenesian? That's what we want to know. The business part to that perspective. That's what we want to know, bro. That's what we want to know. He can't really talk to me about the shit that people up here faking the funk about, so and so didn't know you was with this and that and you a part of the partnership. And no, if I'm a part of the partnership, my shit is gonna flow just like I'm talking now. That shit is gonna be at a different pace. It's gonna be fluent and it's gonna be conducive to the ears of the listeners. You feel me? So I'm not gonna be up here. Let me be honest with y'all. Okay, let me be honest. Because honesty is good, especially the first day from a Sunday. So, I have partnership. Those are my partners, right? So, this whole deal, we've been trying to sit up here and we reached out to Crawford earlier we reached out and he said he was totally focused on Spence. So he wanted y'all to know that he's gonna whoop Spence ass, and we was like, oh, okay, cool, you gonna all right, cool. And we reached out to him, and he was focused on just strictly negotiating. So we said, okay, keep us in your contacts. You know what I'm saying? This fight falls through, and wouldn't you know, negotiations fell through, and the good brother reached back out to us, and we was waiting, and we got the whole team on conference call to make this right. So we start discussing these 8-figure digits. Let me see. What's good?
What up? What up?
What's good, Warriors?
All right, chilling. What's going on?
I can't hear you, bro.
Can you can't hear me?
I can't
Hello?
hear you at all, man. You're very, very low, man. I can't hear you at all. Let me see.
All right, I'm gonna
It's
try
not
to
me,
put the
'cause-
mic up.
Hold on for
Can
a
you hear
second.
me now?
Hold on for
Hello?
a second, brother. Hold on. Okay, I can hear you now. What's good?
All right, chilling. I
Okay.
was saying there's certain
No,
aspects
hold
of
on,
what
brother. Where you based off of? Where you based out of, man? Warriors Boxing LLC on deck. Where you based out of? What
All
demographic?
right, boom. The company's from New York, but I'm in Vegas. I moved out here to build the brand. So
Okay,
I'm New York based, but I'm in Vegas.
so I can see where your bias is coming from out of NYC with the innocence.
All right, now bust it. There's certain things about the business that's gonna fuck fans up about this whole bus situation, but you have to understand both sides. I get your point, but you as a Bud fan, you want him to take an easy fight because he may lose against Boots or Virgil or somebody like that, which that's the theme with a lot of Bud fans. I don't care
Okay,
about that with Earl, and
you
I'm
have
a
to understand,
diehard,
Warriors.
man down fan. But the business
Warriors
itself is
Boxing.
fucking up the Bud fight.
Warriors Boxing. You have to understand when you put things on me. Understand, I do this
Because you don't want him
myself.
to fight Boots, bro, and Boots
So
is ready.
so
Boots
you
could
you
take the
came on
fight in
here.
December.
You came on here to argue, or you came on here to
No,
show
no,
me
no,
about the
no, no, no. I ain't
business?
coming to argue. I understand your
But you
point.
telling me
As
I'm a
far as
Bud fan and you scared for Bud fighting
I
Boots? I'm
felt
not
that, I
scared
picked
of
up
none of
the
that
energy when you said Earl should fight Boots and not Bud. Why
because
should
this is
Earl fight him and not
mandatory.
Bud?
It's mandatory, brother.
He's both. He's number one on both of their lists. And
Mandatory. Bud don't have to face another mandatory until
Earl
next
has
year.
3 mandatories.
Okay, he did
Earl
all the
has
heavy
3
lifting,
belts.
right? Don't say he did all the heavy lifting and you up here complaining about he get 3 mandatories. That he choose to get them
No,
belts,
listen,
right?
I'm not complaining. I'm saying why not let's stay on this fight Earl since they already have a petition against him. And being that Boots is free, let him fight, or let's stay on this fight Earl or Bud. Let Bud fight some fucking body of some substance, yo. Why let him fight David, who's 6 on the fucking list, who ain't ranked in no other sanctioning body, even though Blue said he was. I don't believe he is.
Were you saying that about Carlos Ocampo when he fought Errol
And
Spence in
then
his hometown? They grabbed him from the bottom of the trash can, didn't he? He was ranked number
who?
777. Carlos
Who?
Ocampo.
Oh, when was the last time he nigga fought anybody of any kind of bullshit name? Come on, he came
I'm
out of
just
an
saying.
accident and
Was that
fought
for a
Danny.
title shot?
Danny was
Was
a
that for a
tune-up.
title shot? Was that for a title shot?
Danny wasn't for a title shot. Danny was a
No, I'm
mandatory.
talking about was Carlos Ocampo. Was he fight for the title? Yes, he did. Did they pull him from the depths of the barrel of the garbage? Yes, they did. So why y'all complaining about Terrence Crawford fighting David Avenesian when you didn't have that
Was
same
that on the?
energy.
But that was
Look,
on.
you
Was
didn't have
that on
that
the
same
cusp of
energy
an
when
undisputed fight?
you didn't have
Was
that
that on
same
the
energy when
verge? Was that
Canelo fought
knocking on
Abner
the door of an
Yildirim.
undisputed fight
You
between
didn't
the
have
two?
that same
Come
energy
on.
when Canelo was coming off a fight with Callum Smith for the WBC and
Yes, we
WBA.
did. Yes,
You
the
didn't have
fuck
that
we
same
did.
energy.
Yo, I don't even
I'm
call him
talking about
Canelo. I
you.
call him Canelo.
I'm talking about
Anybody I
you.
read any text I talk about that bitch ass nigga, I say Canelo. And Bud ain't gonna get no more of a fucking pass, yo. I'm gonna hold that same energy with that nigga. It's the same thing I do with Bud and
It ain't a
anybody that's
pass,
out there
brother.
holding
Look,
the
you know why
title,
it's
son.
not. You know
If you
why it's
don't
not a
hold the belt,
pass.
if you don't hold the belt, then I don't got the problem. But Bud is
Okay.
holding the belt, bro.
And so is Spence.
Spence is fighting Ugas. Spence is for Ugas, Danny Porter. He fighting top
He ain't
competition.
fighting.
Let Bud fight one of the top five.
He fought Ugas, bro. He fought Ugas, and don't come over here
But
bigging
you
up.
want Earl to
Look,
fight
look, check
Boots.
this out, brother. Don't get up here. Don't get up here and act like Ugas is this big deal. Okay, Ugas had the belt, and that was one of the directions that Errol wanted to go to pick
Ugas,
up the WBA title.
Ugas,
That's what he wanted.
Ugas is a top five, yo. You can't say Ugas is a
Man,
slouch.
man, come on, stop it, bro. Nobody wasn't really talking about Ugas, man. The way he
How
picked up the
long ago was
WBA title,
Ocampo?
anyway.
How
You're
long
not
ago
going
was
to deter
Ocampo?
from what I'm talking about, bro. I don't give a damn about none of this stuff about mandatories. You're trying to deter from what my topic was. Why did PBC fail to make the fight with Bud Crawford? That's my point. I'm listening. I can't hear you there. You went out.
Hello.
Yeah, you went out.
Yeah, no, I was listening, but it was the differential between the YouTube. So I had to turn down the YouTube shit so I can hear you. What you were saying?
I say I'm trying to stay on topic. I'm not really trying to talk about mandatories because you're trying to make it about Errol Spence, but this is about Crawford. This is about the damn pound for pound fighter that's above your favorite fighter, Errol Spence.
All
Why
right.
did negotiations fail with PBC and you acting like he ain't justified by walking
Because
away?
Bud is a diva. Because Bud is a diva. He wanted a cash out fight, and that's what it is.
But
And
he
that's
wasn't getting
fine.
too much
But
of
you're not gonna
anything,
get
brother.
me. Listen. All right, I'm gonna give you from the Showtime's perspective. I'm not gonna invest $30 to $40 million of my money to pay you and one of my fighters to fight when you don't sell that good. My fighter sells hard body, so I could put my fighter against any one of my other fighters and still make the same kind of money. Why do I need you?
Okay.
Because the fans want undisputed, my guy wants undisputed, so I'm going to invest in you. But you're not going to break my bank or tap my pockets because your punk ass can't sell. You need to get your numbers up. So you had 3 rounds with Bob, you had 2 contracts with Bob, and all of this time you talking about my fighter, all this time, y'all going back and forth. I'm going back and forth. I have one of my fighters with one of your stablemates with Wilder and Fury. They have a fight, so we can make it happen. How come we couldn't make it happen? You need to get your numbers up. So it ain't about the business of anybody's ducking. I don't think anybody's ducking. It's the whole business of your numbers don't represent what you want out of my pockets. So once your numbers reflect what you can get from my pockets, I'll sign you. Until then, you're going to get what I can give you, which is reflective of what your numbers reflect. It's only going to be, if you only sell 150,000 pay-per-views times 60 times 70, how much they're going to sell it for, that equates to a certain amount of millions. The fight can't cost more than that. It's going to cost more than that because you still got the undercard, you still got production, you still got all the kinds of other shit, but you have other avenues of which money's going to come from to offset those costs.
Okay,
and that's how you really make your money. And that's how promoters really make their money in the business. They don't make their money off of a lot of the pay-per-view buys because they're going to get some bread off the pay-per-view buys. But most of that, if they're really doing it smart business way, a lot of that's going to go to the fighter if the fighter got a smart team. If not, they're going to get a small change up front or upfront purse, and then they're going to kill him on the back end. That's what Bob do. Bob don't pay you on the back end. I'll make sure you get paid on the back end. That's why the PBC fighters over
that's
there.
one of the problems why fighters have issues right now because they're not getting paid on the back end. Just to let you know that. But you got
divas like Bud that want a fucking 10,000. You got divas like Bud that want 10 million up front. How you gonna ask for 10 million up front?
Okay, let me chime in, right? So the numbers that the numbers that he did with Sean Porter, do you respect those numbers? Were they good enough numbers? With Bud
No,
Crawford and Sean Porter, they wasn't, right?
no, no.
So since you are saying you're in the business part of it, what is the purpose of them going to negotiations with Errol Spence? What are they in negotiations for? What was Crawford in negotiations for with Errol Spence for?
Only one reason. Bud
Give
got
me
that
the
other
one
belt.
reason. Give me the one reason.
Bud got that
Okay
other
then.
belt
Okay then. So if he has the other belt, just like Caleb had with Canelo, then why are you talking about numbers with me? Why are you talking about he been a diva and he want this
because
amount of
somebody
money?
has to put on the fight. Okay, put it
Was
like
his
this.
numbers fucked up
If
to
that's
you
the
with
case,
Sean
I had to
Porter?
fight in the
Yes,
gym.
they
I had to
were.
fight sanctioned in the gym, and
No,
nobody
hold up,
pays
brother.
rent.
Why
Pay what
did
you
they
want.
go into negotiations with PBC? You said for the other belt. So within that negotiation process, they have to come up with the numbers, right? And they did. He was going to take what, 35% and the net profit? So why are you talking about a guarantee of 10 million when that was out the window?
There
That
was
was
a
out the window.
discrepancy with that because he wanted to see the books. When they ain't see the books on with Bob, he never asked Bob to see the books.
Now we passed
He,
that. We passed
all right.
what Bob did. We're talking
Your
about
point
straight
is what?
Al
Why did
Heyman,
the
bro.
negotiations fail?
Al Heyman said no to the books. Al Heyman said, no, you're not going to be in charge of approving the costs and expenses. Al said
As
no to
he
both
should.
of those. So we
As he
passed
should.
all that. We're not talking about 10 million. That was he was going to take the net profit on the back end. So why did the fight fall out?
Who said it did? Who said they just coming back to
It
the
fell out.
table when it's time to fight? No, it didn't. Who said it
Yeah,
did?
it
I don't
did.
know
Wasn't
if
they
it did or
supposed to
didn't.
fight?
We don't
Wasn't
know
they
if it
supposed
did
to
or
fight
didn't.
this year? Man, come on, bro. It's all over the
It's,
media
but no,
that the
no,
fight
no.
is not going to happen,
The
bro.
time. Just because time ran out for the year, don't mean that the negotiations for the fight to happen fell
Okay,
out.
I'm glad you
That's
mentioned
two
that the
different things.
time expired, right? The time expired
For
supposedly
it to
for
happen this
November,
year,
right?
if people wanted to say, "Oh, it has to happen this year," it has to happen this year, set in stone,
No,
then yes, that ain't gonna happen.
for November, right?
November, December, it don't matter. This year,
No, I'm
before
just
on the
saying
end of
it was out there that
2022.
PBC had this date for November, right? So if that's to be the
Well, Mike
case, and
Carpenter
you're
put that out,
talking,
far as I'm
no,
understanding. If I would know, no,
Stephen
no,
Espinosa
listen,
said it too.
listen. This is how
Stephen
the business
Espinosa
goes.
said it too, bro. It don't have
If
anything to
you,
do with business. We're talking about
they
honesty
were
and
looking
integrity.
at November, looking at a targeted date. Listen, this is how the business ran. When
Espinosa
you're
said
looking at a date,
the date isn't
this is
still
what you
dead
need to
yet.
do to lock the date in. You need to get everything to coincide with each other. Commission, venue, everything else.
Espinosa said the
Everything has
date
to
was
coincide
it wasn't dead. He just mentioned that. He said the date wasn't dead.
because they probably couldn't get a venue and a commission at the same time in the same state. These different commissions for every state. You
Bro,
can't just
stop it.
pick one commission and go to another
Stop it.
state.
So you trying to tell me all of a sudden Nevada Athletic Commission they can't find out anything? How many fights we put on over there when you
They
come to
ain't got
Showtime
shit to do with
PBC?
a fight doing
Come on,
in
dog.
Oklahoma
You
or,
know you.
Omaha.
No. We ain't talking about Omaha. We talking about the November 6th, the November 19th date, right? We're talking about
Okay,
for
so if it's
Vegas. We're
deadlocked for
talking about
debate, if
Spence
it's
Crawford,
deadlocked for
bro.
here, if it's deadlocked for here in Nevada, then there's a whole bunch of shit going on here in Nevada all the time. Trust me.
Now,
Besides
what does that
straight
got to do with negotiations?
you need a
Negotiations where they
venue.
wanted to
What you
fight for
mean? You gotta
2023,
lock in a
bro.
date. See, that's
Nah,
what I'm
they wanted to
saying, bro.
fight for
You gotta understand the
2023.
business. In order for you to lock in a date for a fight, you have to have a venue locked in. You
So you
follow
trying
me?
to tell me 6 months ago they couldn't lock in a venue? We're talking about Showtime PBC. They didn't lock in a venue, bro. Come on,
It's
bro.
hard to get a venue locked in.
Oh my God.
You said June?
You're
That's
saying,
summertime, bro.
I'm talking about 6 months ago when this
Just think of
negotiation
everything that was
started.
here just this year alone. The
You're trying to
Grammys, the
tell me
awards. You know how many awards was here alone? Come on.
they can't lock in a boxing date, bro?
Yes, they
They can't
can.
lock in a venue. They can't lock
It
in
all
a venue with a
depends.
boxing
It all
date.
depends on where. And for a fight this magnitude, where would you have it? Let's go through this.
No,
Let's go
no,
through the ringer.
that's not
No,
even the
let's
reason why
go
this
through the
shit
no,
walked out.
bro. You're
No, you
talking to
want to put
somebody
the
that's in the
blame where it
business.
belongs,
I'm
bro.
gonna
The
I'm gonna
blame
take you through
was
the loop.
PBC
I'm gonna
blew the
take you through
shit.
the loops. Let's run the course. Let's run the fight.
Man,
We're
I
in
don't need
June.
to be going down memory lane if it don't have
No,
no
no.
relevance to
Let's
this topic.
we're
Go ahead,
gonna
I'm listening.
based on
I'm
your
listening.
logic. Let's run through the course. I'm
Not my
PBC.
logic. Not my logic.
You're Team Bud. Let's get this venue going. Let's get
Bro,
this fight
I'm
going.
not Team
Where would you
Bud.
want to have it?
I
MGM
am sitting
Grand,
up here right now trying to have a
Caesars,
conversation with you, bro.
and I'm trying to answer your questions
But you keep on
logically.
trying to say I'm Team Bud, I'm this. All you have to do is, if you have some pertinent information, right, per the business side of the house that you're experienced and educated on, you don't have to put me in a situation in which you're trying to say, okay, you're Team Bud and you're inferior to what I'm trying to say because
I
Bud
ain't
is a
trying to
diva.
put you in any inferior or grandeur position. I'm
I
just trying
asked
to
you
let you know the
one
business side
question, brother.
of the business.
Why
As a
did
fan, I
negotiations
understand
fall out?
your point. I understand a lot of people's point. I've been going through different channels and seeing. I understand some of Blue's point, and I don't understand some of Blue's point. I rock with Blue hard body. I fucks with Blue. That's my bro. But
So I
I didn't
mean, if
get your
that's your
money.
brother, I
And
mean,
get
if
no,
that's
no.
your
Listen,
brother,
I don't
now
know
it
Blue
all makes
personally,
sense why you
but
coming over here
I'm
trying to
I'm
say
happy
Bud's
he's
a
a brother
diva
in
and
the
all that.
business of boxing, getting his bread. You know what I'm saying? So for
Who?
that, I support
Who is?
Blue.
Man, he ain't doing shit in boxing. What are you talking about? Man, it makes
And
sense why you over here goddamn mongering around in my chat. You ain't over here to talk
listen,
business. You
listen.
up here just
You
to degrade the fighter that I support
your
heavy.
channel, Blue's
You
channel, all of
know?
these other channels, y'all channels to me. Blue decided to get into the promotional aspect of
Oh
boxing.
man, stop it.
I
He ain't
support
promoted
that.
nobody. He ain't promoted nobody.
Say no more. It is what it, if he is or if he's not, that ain't none of my
No, he
business. If
ain't
he is,
promoted nobody. You in the
I'm down
business.
for it. If he's not,
Who
then
okay,
it is
what
what it
fighters
is.
have you promoted your fighters?
No, he said he got Frank Martin signed. Not Frank Martin, I'm sorry. Damn, what's Norman something. Brian Norman, sorry.
So Brian
Brian
Norman
Norman.
happened to be a fighter down here in my backyard, right? And he ain't two of his fights fell the fuck out. So how is that signing a fighter that don't get a fight? You signed a fighter and you parade him around and he didn't get the
Listen, do
fight.
you know how hard it is to get fights and put on it? It costs a lot of money. It's not easy.
Excuses.
Say no
That's
more.
excuses, brother.
Put it like
Go
this:
ahead.
there's a lot of people in
Let
the
me listen to what
business.
you had to say. Go ahead.
How many big events Roy Jones put on? And that's Roy Jones.
Okay.
He has his own promotional company. He has a stable of fighters. How many
All
big
right.
fights has he put on? Come on, yo.
I'm listening, brother.
I'm just trying to educate you, bro. If you could listen or you could
Okay,
not.
go ahead, man. I'm listening. I said, go ahead, brother. You're an advocate for blue blood. Go ahead.
No, I'm not advocating for blue blood. I'm just speaking. I'm a realist. I'm a warrior, bro. I'm gonna speak how I speak.
I understand that.
If it goes against
Look,
my favorite fighter, if it goes against one of my guys that's on my stable, I'm gonna still speak it. It doesn't
okay,
matter.
stay on topic though. Stay
All
on
right,
topic.
all right.
I'm
If the
listening.
negotiations
Yeah.
seem like they failed on the outside, that's just what it looks on the outside. Bud versus Earl could still happen because that's Earl wants that belt and it's the biggest fight in boxing right now. Who wouldn't put it on? But it has to make sense. You have to have at least 3 to 4 months promotional time so you could do a tour. You could travel to different states touring, yeah. You got to promote the shit. You got to have a
That's
nice.
maybe the case if you was putting on a fight. We're talking about
No,
PBC
that's what
Showtime.
any business
They
person
have
that wants to
they
make
have
millions back. Or if
look,
you're
they
gonna
have
put up how
planned.
much millions to put on the fight, bro?
Look, they have
Logically,
planned a fight before in the Nevada. This is no different. Spence and Crawford is no different. You're
it's
talking like
not of
you
this
was going around
magnitude.
here.
Not of this magnitude.
What?
Can you agree? What fight
What?
was this
How?
big that they put
Look,
on?
how can this fight be big if Terrence Crawford don't do the numbers? You say he ain't did no numbers.
Because
So
of the
how? What are we
undisputed
justifying
welterweight.
the,
Because
the
it's an
magnitude off
undisputed
of?
welterweight fight.
No, no, no.
This would be the first undisputed welterweight. Never mind. You're
Nah,
not getting what I'm saying.
Jamel Charlo fought Castano for a belt, bro. How is this the biggest fight? Terrence Crawford ain't did the numbers, bro. That's what y'all saying. Terrence Crawford ain't did the numbers. But Jamel Charlo fought Brian Castano. He
Not
had
for
the
what he
WBO title.
wants. Not for what he wants. Terrence Crawford is a pay-per-view fighter, but he's not a pay-per-view star. There's a difference.
Jamel was on pay-per-view.
On the undercard,
Jamel and his brother was on pay-per-view.
on the undercard,
Well, okay,
it was
so
a
if it's the
headliner.
undercard, okay, so if it's the undercard, did he do higher numbers than Bud Crawford? Let's
There's
say
only
they did.
three main pay-per-view guys
Did
out
he
there
do higher
outside of
numbers than
Pacquiao
Bud Crawford?
and Floyd, and that's Canelo, Wilder, and Tank and Earl. Four.
You're diverting from what I'm asking you. I'm talking about to justify what you're saying as far as a fight of this magnitude. That's opposite of what's being spoke on in the media. This fight is not of a fight of magnitude when it comes to the numbers. That's why you're saying Bud is a diva for asking for all this money because
It
it's not
can
justified for
be.
him to make the
Listen, you're not
money, bro.
understanding. It
No, no, no,
can
no.
be.
pulled
Not
up.
for
You
it to
gonna
happen
hear.
in
You gonna
November.
get this smoke, bro.
Not
You
for it to
said
happen in
that
November.
Terrence Crawford. Listen, brother. You said Terrence Crawford is a diva for asking for all this money, right? So how can it be a high magnitude fight and neither fighter have did big freaking numbers? Like we can combine them together and say, oh, this is the grandest fight of them all. We can't.
Right.
We can't
No, but
because the
that's what you
lucrative part
listen.
of it, the
If you
monetary
want to
part
do
of it.
that, you can say, okay, we can add Bud's highest numbers, Bud's lowest numbers, Earl's highest numbers, Earl's lowest numbers, average them
Pretty
out,
low, right?
add them both together.
Pretty low,
Add them
right?
both
Pretty
together.
low. Pretty
No,
low.
listen, I don't know what that number is, but you get that figure, and then you times that times the amount that you want to sell the
I
pay-per-view
know all
for,
that, brother.
and
I know
then
all that, brother.
figure out how much they want. Okay, so then if it's not making sense, bro, it's not making sense.
So
Then
why are
you
you
do what
telling
you
me
want to
that
do.
though?
Then this is what you do. This is what you do. You make it make sense. You stretch it out. You give it time to promote it. You give it time to amp up. You give it time to build some all of this propaganda and all this bullshit that's going on in the media. So when it do happen, everybody will be on it. Spill it over into the casual crowd. So it's not just us diehards that's into the boxing world, whether it be media, whether it be management, promotion, whatever, that's into fighting. Because we're gonna watch shit regardless. But we want to spill it over to the casual fans that only know of Canelo, Floyd, and maybe Wilder now. Walk down the block. How many people gonna point Bud out and know that that's Bud? How many people gonna point out and know that that's Earl? There's how many people that don't know Earl, and he's bigger numbers than Earl. I mean, bigger numbers than Bud.
Okay,
And
you
most
making
people don't
my
know
point
Earl.
then. You making my point then. You talking about this the biggest fight, this is the magnitude of this fight as to why it's going to be troubled waters for them to go out here and source a venue and everything. It's no bigger than any other fight they done held at Vegas due to the numbers and what you're proving right now. Everybody and anybody talking about the monetary numbers not being high enough for this fight to do big numbers in order for Bud Crawford to ask for the guarantee money of a 10 million, 15 million and all that. That's the problem.
Right.
So I'm looking at it like if by chance if you want to talk about it's big, this is a big fight. Opposite of the names, what are we going off to justify that? It can't be the numbers.
Nothing.
It has to be
Nothing, bro.
strictly the names of the
Nothing.
fighters.
PBC will most likely break even. But now what they could do is if they had did the co-promo with Boots to fight Bud in December, they could have built up the momentum for the Earl fight. Win, lose, or draw. People gonna want to see the Earl Bud fight. So if no matter what Boots could take a loss because he's young. He's coming up, and if your only loss is Terrence Crawford, God damn it, that's the best pound for pound in the world. The best in the world beat you. What the fuck? You could come back.
That's not the mentality that people are thinking this day and time with the
But this is the mentality you should have if you want to make money in the sport of boxing.
That's not boxing
sides.
mentality.
Boots,
That's
Bud,
not boxing
Black.
mentality, though.
It's the warrior mentality, and I'm gonna tell you that shit.
Yeah, okay, I can feel you on the Warriors mentality, but it may be individuals that's competing in a warrior sport such as boxing, but that doesn't mean their mindset is like you're saying.
I'm gonna tell you the benefit. I'm gonna tell you the benefit on all sides if they do this. Benefit for Showtime. They could boost their numbers up, having a new guy coming on their platform that was on Showtime, that was on ESPN, which is Bud, boosting up the numbers, having a mega fight with Boots, who's a big Showtime star, rising star, and then you have the building up the momentum for the upcoming Earl fight, who just had an excellent fight with Ugas, who just washed Pacquiao. Come on, it's a win-win situation for everybody.
Bro. He didn't watch Pacquiao. Stop exaggerating, man. He didn't watch Pacquiao, bro.
Well, he retired him.
Who's the A side between Boots and Terrence Crawford? Who's the A side?
Bud, without question.
Okay, what should the percentage be?
65-35, without question.
I'm just asking because you asked. You know,
you asking valid questions.
No,
you asking valid questions.
Look,
I'm not beeping about your questions. You got valid questions.
I'm just saying because when it comes to Terrence Crawford, he ain't fought nobody. You even said it yourself. He ain't fought nobody, right? And he getting 35%, right? He ain't fought nobody, but he's a three-way champion, formerly undisputed. But you think Boots should get 35 because of what again? Sergey Lipinets? Where are we going?
No, because of boxing standards, because of boxing protocol.
Boxing standards. Okay. Yeah, boxing standards. I got it. You know, the boxing standards just give them, you know.
Protocol.
When they was trying to look, they was trying to come in, they was trying to come in with Terrence Crawford at 30 fucking %. But you
Listen,
saying boxing
Floyd. You know how
standard
much Floyd got
at
when he fought De La Hoya?
35%, bro. It don't
You
make
know
a
how much
difference. I'm
Floyd got
talking
when he
about
fought De La
Terrence
Hoya?
Bud Crawford. PBC was trying
35%.
to
No,
come
but
in like
Floyd was bigger
30%.
than Bud is now. Floyd was bigger
It
then
doesn't
when
make a
he fought De
difference.
La
We're
Hoya
talking
than
about
Bud
the
is now.
Omaha native Bud Crawford. They was trying to get that man 30%.
Floyd
What is the
numbers was
boxing
higher.
standard?
When Floyd fought Oscar, his numbers was higher than Bud's are now. He still got 35% fighting Oscar. Why? Because
Doesn't
Oscar
make a
was the
difference,
golden
man.
boy.
I'm talking about you. You have to keep the
But that's the
conversation
standard in
on
boxing,
topic
65-35,
with
unless it's 70.
Crawford
Some
Spence,
sanctioning
bro.
bodies may have a 75-25. Who
Why were
knows?
they
But
trying to come in at 30% with Crawford? If you're talking about boxing standards,
he
why are they trying
accepted
to come
30.
in
Who,
so
who,
low?
who said 35? Who
He
said 30?
negotiated to 35%. They was trying to give him 30% initially.
You know what the numbers, and that was a 10% gift based on his numbers. If you only go with the numbers, not boxing standard, take away the boxing rules. Never mind what the
I'm
sanctioning
glad you
bodies say the
said.
per split
Yeah, I'm
states. So
glad. I'm
let's
glad you
go by the
said.
numbers. If you go by the
Okay.
numbers, Bud gets 20%.
Okay. All right. So if we go by the numbers of
So
Boots Ennis, he gets 35%. That's you trying to tell me?
no, if you go by the numbers versus Bud and Boots, then Boots ain't never had a pay-per-view shit. He hits whatever he gets is a gift.
So he gets a gift of the standard 35%. That was you trying to tell me?
No, whatever he gets on the back end, the purse split is different than the back end, bro.
I know, but what I'm
So
saying
he
is
gets 65-35 of the purse. Whatever the back end is a gift.
we're not talking about gifts. We're talking about solid ass
I'm
numbers,
talking about
bro.
Boots because he ain't been on
What he
pay-per-view, but he
rates.
is
Okay,
contracted with
not only
Showtime. So he is bringing the network.
look,
He is
he
bringing the
is.
bag.
He just signed with Showtime, but that makes my other point. When
And
it
Bud
comes
ain't
down
shot
to
with
making
nobody
this
except
fight,
Black Prime for one fight.
now when it makes to this fight, when it brings up this particular fight that we're talking about, and you're talking about he should go up here and fight Boots, how you think the negotiation is going to be any easier? And he's dealing with PBC Showtime, and he's going to automatic, okay, he should fight Boots now, and it's going to be much easier for
He's
him.
not. The thing is, he got somebody backing him now. He got Black Prime backing him doing the co-pro. They paying the purses. That was the part of the
Nobody said that.
negotiation.
Nobody said
That's
that.
what I'm telling. This came out of Blues
Nobody
Mouth.
said
That's
that.
why I'm beefing.
I
Because they
don't
had an
believe. I
opportunity
don't.
to
No.
do a
No. No.
co-promo.
No.
Black
No.
Prime had the opportunity to jump into the industry doing it with Showtime.
Black
Not
Prime don't
doing it
have
on their
numbers,
own with
brother.
just the name called Terrence
Black
Bud fucking
Prime don't have
Crawford.
numbers. Just because you rock with somebody,
Black
that
Prime
don't
never
mean
had
you
any dent,
believe
bro.
everything they say. Black Prime
Black
don't have
Prime
no
never had
numbers
any
on this
dent.
level.
Black Prime never had
Exactly.
any
So
dent
why
on
are you
any
believing
level.
everything Blue is saying that, oh, this would be great and they
It
can
doesn't
boost
matter
up
if I
this with Boots
believe
and
it or
all this
not, bro.
shit?
It doesn't matter if I believe it or not. If it happened,
They can't
he's
even get
retarded for
Brian
not
Norman
taking
in the
it.
ring, man. They can't even get Brian Norman in the ring. You over here
Then this is an
advocating
even
that they
more of
can
a
help
reason why
Boots
they should
out.
never have turned down Showtime if that's true. When you saying you're not getting my point. If
Who
this
should never turn down Showtime? Crawford? So you saying he should have signed his
no,
life
no,
away?
no, 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 no. Black Prime, Blue and Black Prime, that entity should have never turned down Black Showtime to do a co-promo with Boots versus Bud. They had that opportunity. Once they understood, once they knew that Bud wasn't going to fight Earl this year, they was going to move it out to further first quarter next year. That was understood amongst all of the entities. Once they knew that, then they
And what
immediately should
primary
have made
source did you hear this from? What source did you hear this outside of a YouTube channel, a content
outside.
creator?
I heard it from
Because
Blues
that's
Mouth
what he
himself.
is. Oh my
I heard it
God,
from Blues
bro.
Mouth
I
himself.
can't do this, bro. I can't do this. You're gonna sit up here and push this agitprop to me and my
I'm not going to
listeners.
say. I'm
It's
not going to
like
say
Blue is
somebody
up
else
here
said
doing
Blue
no,
said it.
bro.
I'm
I'm
not going to
telling
take
you
it
a
if
primary
somebody else
source
didn't
other
say
than the
it from
YouTube
Blue. It
community,
came out of
bro.
Blues Mouth himself.
Man,
I saw the
please.
nigga say it himself.
You're an advocate. You're an advocate for blue blood, man. You're trying to make it seem bigger than what it is, and it ain't.
How am I
Because
advocate for
look,
Blue if I'm saying
you're not telling me anything that I want to hear right now
I'm
because
not
you coming
personal
from
with it?
one
I don't.
source
I'm
that's
not.
not
It's not my
credible.
personal
This
feelings.
nigga
This
ain't
is the
credible, bro.
business move I'm
This
saying he's
nigga ain't
making that's
credible.
wrong.
Blue ain't credible, bro. You trying to boost him up like he's a part of a partnership. He ain't credible. You know that. He ain't credible. You come in here trying to spread wealth, dealing with his name because he ain't gonna click the link. Come on, bro. Come on, you're not educating me. You come in here talking about you was gonna talk the business, but what you're doing is just speaking retreaded information of boxing. That's it. And then you keep on mentioning Blue. That's your whole purpose anyway. That's your ulterior motives to come on here and
I
talk
have
about
no
him.
alliance. I have no
Yeah, you
alliance with
do. You
any of
say
those
you rock with
channels
him heavy. You
outside
rock
of
with him heavy. That's
BFTB,
what you
which I have
said.
a wrench on, and a couple other
Man,
channels
here
which
we
I
go
fool with
again.
the
Here we
peoples,
go.
and I got a
All the
wrench.
bodies.
I
You
don't.
got
I
all the
have.
bodies
Don't
that I've
nobody push my
already dug
buttons. Don't nobody
graves
get on.
for. You done, bro. You done. You done. You done. This nigga over here talking about all the bodies that are already buried. You're done. You ain't over here to talk about no motherfucking shit that I want to talk about. You busy talking about retreaded information. You bringing up all the names out embodied. You're an advocate. You sitting up here being a cheerleader. You sitting up here talking about I'm a Bud fan. Your whole ulterior motive is to come over here and click the link or disrupt my live talking about nonsense, bro. Come on, man. You bringing Blue over here, man. All you did was make him look worse. Ain't nobody believing all that shit you was saying when it comes down to credible sources. They was gonna do a co-promo. You up here pushing some Boots shit. Ain't nobody talking about Boots. Boots is next in line. They submitted the damn IBF. They submitted for the IBF to order that Errol Spence fight him after Stantionis. That's what they doing. They doing what they supposed to do. You over here advocating. Look, that nigga mentioned Blue Blood, and then you got them mention BF. Come on, man. You on different type of you on different type of time, man. You came out here, for one reason. You didn't kept talking about I was a Bud fan and this, that, and the other, but you didn't tell me shit that educated me. All you did was just talk. No, you hating on me. That was your whole point to come over here because you wrapped up tight in a blanket with these niggas. You know what I'm saying? Y'all nice and cozy, and you wanted to come over here and talk about, just because he's denouncing the shit and Blue's participation with BLK, you want to come over here and try to advocate and blow it up. No, we're going to keep it where it's at with me. We're going to keep it where it's at. You ain't going to try to act like that nigga a source and he's a storyteller. Them niggas are storytellers, bro. He's been wrong so many times. Nigga. I got something for you. Warriors Boxing. Don't go nowhere. I got something for you. You come over here telling me I'm a Bud fan, right? And you want to advocate Blue. I got something for you, Warriors. Peep this out. I got something for you. Hold up right quick. I got something for you. Don't go nowhere, bro. Because I peeped your energy out earlier. You know, your language tell a lot about niggas, right? He wasn't over here to talk no boxing and run through and talking about, they always talking about what you don't understand, what you did, Blue doing this, and this. Well, okay, let's get to something right quick. I want you to explain something to me, right? Hold on for a second. Don't go nowhere. Hold on for a second. Let me show you something that Warriors Boxing. Let me show you something right quick. You always gotta understand and give these niggas the opportunity, to dig their own grave. Let me show you something right quick, brother. Y'all heard him. Y'all heard this nigga, right? I'm a fanboy. I'm all this. You know what I'm saying? You saying I'm all this, but check this out right here. Were you keeping the same energy on the princess that you over here to advocate for? You keep that same energy?
Dog. Right now, Floyd Mayweather and Juan Manuel Marquez were my two favorite fighters.
Hold on for a second. Keep the same energy, bro. Let's see if you get the same energy and saying I'm a fanboy, but your boy Blue is all of a sudden trying to advocate for a fighter that he had nothing but negative shit to say about. You know what I'm saying?
A dog. A dog.
Hold on.
Right now, Terrence Crawford is a dog. Right now, Floyd Mayweather and Juan Manuel Marquez were my two favorite fighters. Those were my two favorite fighters. Terrence Crawford is my absolute undisputed favorite fighter right now. You ain't got to get no bias from me, but he's proven. Can't knock that. He's proven. Me personally, I think in that Errol Spence fight, he's gonna outbox Errol Spence. Errol Spence pressure is not gonna bust Terrence Crawford's pipes. Pause. He's gonna try to put a lot of pressure on him, but he's too flat-footed for Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford is gonna outbox. He's gonna outbox Errol Spence. But that's gonna be a huge, huge fight. Huge fight.
So I just have a question, right? Were you keeping that same energy before you came over here about that guy right there? Were you keeping the same energy about that guy? Because Terrence Crawford is actually his favorite fighter. But you're not calling him a fanboy. You just came over here to believe that you're disrupting the day. But what you're doing is you're just bringing more people to the channel because you was the cheerleader that took the lead and say, oh, I'll go over there. I'll go over there. He ain't familiar with me. I'll go over there. But you played yourself anyway, bro. You came over here talking about shit that was off topic, didn't make sense. Want to talk about BL doing a co-promo and all this, and I heard it from him. Man, if that's the only person you listening to on this YouTube shit, you are one of the biggest casuals around. Real talk, you one of the biggest casuals around, bro. You know what I'm saying? You came over here with strict bias about Bud being a diva, but this dude is a supporter of Bud Crawford too. And shout out to Big Blunts and Boxes video. This guy's a supporter too. What do you have to say about that, bro? Your guy is a supporter of Terrence Crawford. I'm just saying. Are you not listening? Did you tell him
Terrence
that?
Crawford is a dog. Right now, Terrence Crawford is a dog. Right now, Floyd Mayweather and Juan Manuel Marquez were my two favorite fighters. Those were my two favorite fighters. Terrence Crawford is my absolute undisputed favorite fighter right now. You ain't got to get no bias from me.
You gonna come over here and talk about what I am and how Bud Crawford's a diva. And I kept hitting you with the questions. If you're talking about Showtime and PBC was incapable of locking in a venue date, and they've had some fights bigger than Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence, you sound stupid. Not only do you sound stupid, you sound like your main intentions and focus was to come over here and just to have a conversation with me. Because on the outside looking in, you was agitated. So with all the conversations being that's your homeboy, you know what I'm saying? Y'all nice and cozy and warm in the winter. You wanted to come over here and push the effort because you've been hearing my words. He ain't had no motherfucking bigger position than what I said he had. He ain't proven that he did anything else than what I said he's been. But you want to come over here and advocate for a dude who's literally a Terrence Crawford fan. He's a Terrence Crawford fan. You didn't mention that. You didn't mention. You was up here talking about, I'm a Bud fan. I can only talk to you because you're a fan. But did you speak to him? Because he's a true fan. When it comes down to being a betrayal, a person that's a betrayal, he's a traitor. He went up here and he was a hardcore Terrence Crawford fan, and he turned into a traitor, a turncoat. You went up here talking about, well, you know what I'm saying? You ain't nothing but a Bud diva. I mean, Bud is a diva. You ain't nothing but a Bud fan. Let me talk the business with you. Man, this didn't do anything. You know what I'm saying? Bro, you are a blue blood cheerleader. That's all you are. You're a blue blood cheerleader. Your guy is on here saying all this, and you're talking about, I'm a Bud fan, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? Like, did you tell him why he's a Bud fan? Or all of a sudden you want to be the one to big him up as if he's making this big deal? See, you up here scrambling and scurrying around in a circle because you wanted to come up here and revive the bodies that already laid to rest. You're going to need more than that, brother. I didn't even get heavy on you. I didn't even get heavy. I didn't even go in on the fighters that you got. You are a biased New York-based individual, and it shows. That's it. That's all you are. I didn't even turn up, bro. I didn't even turn up the volume on you. I was just trying to feel for where you was going. You gave me what I wanted. You was a damn advocate for all the bodies that already put in the damn dirt. So I don't know what else you want. I don't know what else you want. You giving me nothing, bro. You're beating around the bush. You're trying to act like PBC and Showtime is incapable of locking in a damn date in 6 months. Are you crazy? You're going to say Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence is a big-ass fight, but yet the numbers are low. How does it become a big-ass fight if the numbers are low on both sides? And that's why this fight kind of fell out with negotiations, because of you saying Bud was a diva and wanted $10 million. Man, that's just been long gone, brother. He accepted the net pay on the back end. You up here saying the standard is this, but what numbers have Boots did? You wasn't even making a bit of sense, brother, at all. And look, I wasn't even trying to really engage with a full clip on you. I was just letting you talk. Terrence Crawford don't have big numbers, but he should fight Boots, and it would have been huge on BLK. It would have been grand. Oh my God, tremendous. Boots don't have no numbers on pay-per-view. BLK never put a fight of this magnitude on pay-per-view. That's with him fighting David Avanesian. You know who's the draw? The draw is Terrence Crawford. The draw is him fighting in his hometown and selling this shit out. He don't have to bring Boots Ennis to Omaha. The man is capable of choosing his own opponent and going to Omaha and making his own fucking deal. He's not doing what the fuck y'all tell him to do. So I'm guessing, once again, the betrayal is in, because what you were saying is you was trying to make it seem like behind the scenes, Blue Blood wanted Boots to be in the equation. Blue wanted Terrence Crawford to fight Boots. That's really what you were saying. It seems like you was trying to insinuate that Blue wanted Boots to come over here and be a tougher opponent and opposition for Terrence Crawford, because y'all trying to insinuate that Boots may go in there and try to, be better off getting a W against Terrence. It seems like y'all was plotting and scheming, you know what I'm saying, to try to say, oh, Boots should be the one to step in there and give Terrence his first L. Yeah, it seems like y'all some plotting ass niggas, bro. Nah. Not at all. Not at all. You're bigging up your Ugas when Udenis Ugas received one of his titles via email, because the guy who was there disputing popped positive, and they elevated Ugas. You know, you're up here, you know, talking about, you know, bigging up his resume for Ugas. He's all this and all that, but yet when he was about to step in there with Spence, your people, they wasn't giving him credit for shit, even after coming off the Pacquiao win. Just like they didn't give Jeff Horn credit for coming off the Pacquiao win. You feel me? Man, come on, man. Come on, brother. Oh, shit, man. I know. When it comes to Terrence Crawford, he ducked everybody. Okay? Y'all say he ducked everybody. He ducked everybody. He ducked everybody. I got it. You know what I'm saying? This is not even the topic of what I was talking about for the ducking. You know what I'm saying? That's not even the purpose of the live, man. You know, it's like y'all sitting up here trying to take it elsewhere. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to see where the brother was coming from. And he's a freaking bromance voice for the YouTube community. He came up here to represent the bromance that I done put in the dirt already. That's all that was. That's all that was. Not listening, not making any sense when it came to the business. I learned absolutely nothing off what you were saying because you're sitting up here trying to spread propaganda about what Blue told you. Now the jerk off mentality makes sense to me. You know what I'm saying? And that makes sense from where you was coming from. And then out of all the channels, he brings BF in it. Don't give me that power, brother. Don't come over here as the long ranger and advocate for the channels that you done got on the phone with and had a conversation with. I don't like that nigga. I don't like that nigga. I'm going to go over there and say something. Don't worry about it. Bro, you did absolutely nothing but make it worse. Because you didn't explain to the listening audience anything that I asked. Why did the fight fell out? And you come up here talking all this other nonsense. You know how long it takes for them to knock in a venue? Man, you sound crazy. It may take a long time for you to lock in a venue. You talk about promoting and all that. You know how long it takes. We're talking about Showtime and PBC, bro. We're talking about Vegas. We're talking about a fight that's this big and they can't lock in a venue in Vegas. Do you know how far out they lock in venues for the calendar year, brother? Come on, man. All of a sudden they're going to drop the ball on Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence due to a conflict of experience. They've thrown so many fights out there, man. But appreciate it. Appreciate it for coming over here, you know. Astray. I call it stray today. Look, I can't look, Mr. Pass, I'm gonna tell you straight up, brother. I know you said you know him from so and so. I know how the YouTube community. I'm gonna read what you said and I'm gonna respond. Said W says I thought it'd be cool to hear you and Warriors talk about some of the fighters you got in his stable one day. Maybe there's a gem in there. Some youngsters maybe who can become very good. He wasn't on here to talk about the Warriors. Maybe Mr. Pass, you should speak to him. You should ask him why he was up here continuing to take shots at me. All right? And talking about I'm a Bud fan. I'm just a fan. I don't know nothing about the business and all that. And then it all makes sense, bro. It all makes sense. He was coming over here to protest for his bros. So, Mr. Paz, it makes no sense for you to ask me about boxers in his stable because he wasn't talking about boxers in his stables when he was on here. He kept talking about I'm a Bud fan and Bud's a diva and all this other shit. He wanted an argument. He wanted to debate something that's non-debatable. When you don't answer questions and you moving all around shit and you're talking about past numbers that don't make sense and other fighters, stay on topic. We're talking about Bud and Spence. I asked you why did the fight fallout. You didn't want to go into the negotiations. You didn't want to go into the fact of it's being postponed to next year. You act like the November date was impossible, and you don't mean me or you know the actual starting point on when the negotiations happen. You just automatically say, oh, you know how much it's tough for them to make lock in a date for Vegas. You think Vegas don't know who Showtime is and PBC? Are you serious? You think Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence is the biggest fight ever in Vegas without the numbers? Are you serious? Oh my God, dog. Come on, man. Dude. Mr. Paz, man, I can't. Come on, bro. I'm sure I can't. Sure I can't. And see, the one thing that separates me, I haven't kicked you out of the chat. That's the difference between me and them. I haven't kicked you out of the chat, and you over here on some dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? We talking about some grown man shit. I haven't even kicked you out. You feel me? The wrenches haven't even kicked you out. You know what I'm saying? I put you on to then say your piece, but you extremely biased. So you want to get off on my platform with extreme biasness, and you talking more about Bud than I am. I'm trying to keep it on topic, but you keep on talking about Bud fan this, Bud fan a diva, Bud this, Bud that. And you still didn't get no relief from all that effort that you put in on this shit. You didn't get no relief whatsoever. It don't matter. It don't matter who you mess with, brother. If you're going to come over here and talk to the freaking me, don't persuade me to go to somebody else's shit after you came over here. You came over here on my boulevard, bro. I've been over there already. I've been over there already. So what you saying? If your whole intent was to come over here and advocate for them, you should have came out the rip and say, I'm over here to advocate for them. Why this? Why that? I don't think you right on this. I don't think you right on that. But as a grown-ass man who has boxers in your stable, this is not the code for which grown men live by. You're coming over here on my boulevard being a cheerleader for a fighter, for a voice who's been wrong several times. So how does that make you look? How am I to trust you that you're going to raise world champions in the future when you up here following somebody who don't know shit about the business aspect of boxing? You say this dude was a promoter. You can't talk about whatever fights he promoted. You're lying just like he is, brother. That's not even difficult for me to process. You're saying the dude is a big time promoter and he helped put this together. Which fights? Which fights has he did that? If you're going to advocate for somebody, at least advocate for somebody that has just a little bit of integrity when it comes to this boxing game. But you putting him on a level where he's promoting now? Oh, bro, stop it, bro. It's not even Friday. It's not even Fun Fridays yet for you to be cracking these jokes, bro. Come on, man. Come on, bro. What's going on, Trick? How you feeling, bro? Come on, man. Why, look, Pats, why would I want to watch this, listen to this nigga talking about fighters in his stable when his whole entire intention is to come over here and voice for niggas that I've been on their panel? I've been on BF panel. He kicked me off the panel, and that was just placing a bet on Crawford Spence. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna fuck around with petty ass niggas on a second and third basis and say, well, the first time, you know, I didn't know, but I choose to make another choice second and third time. Shame on me for being an idiot. I've been over there before. When somebody put you in the background and kick you off your platform, don't say I ain't come to the yard. Where's the yard? Because it can't be the graveyard. If it's the graveyard, then I'm the Grim Reaper, like I said I was. You can't be a goddamn. You can't have a graveyard when your body is in that bitch. You can't have a graveyard when your body is in there. When you have a headstone, nigga. You know how many of these cats I done put in the motherfucker with a headstone in the last couple of months. So I don't know what you talking about. I was taking it easy on you. I just wanted to see and hear what the fuck you was talking about. And you coming here telling me, come to the yard. Come to the yard. Where's the yard? Nigga, you came over here. I really allowed you to get off what you was getting off. You wasn't talking about shit, bro. I'm gonna do him a favor since he coming over here for his people. I'm gonna give you a chance to advocate for your people. Click the link again, bro. Go ahead. That's for you, Warriors Boxing. Cause Paz come to the channel all the time. So I'm gonna do Paz one. I'm gonna do Paz one. He say you got some shit. You got some fighters in your stable, which you failed to mention, cause you over here being a fanboy of a motherfucker who has no goddamn credibility on this motherfucker, except for the people who tuned in to his channel. Come on, man. Click the link again, bro. Let's try this again. Foul play on deck. What's good? I want to hear. Let's click the link again, bro. Go ahead. Come on, Warriors. Warriors Boxing. Come on. There you go, bro. Go ahead. The link is in there, brother. Go ahead and say what you want to advocate for. I want to hear what you really here for. If you come in here to advocate for these niggas that I buried already, go ahead. Click the link again, man. You up here, talking about come to the yard and shit like that. And now I totally understand why your reasoning for coming over here. Go ahead. You click the link. It's okay. I'll listen to what you say. Go right ahead, man. There go the link. Passe, he wanted to hear us talk about the fighters in your stable and everything like that. Go ahead, man. Click the link. That is. I'm not looking forward for the niggas that you probably on text for and all that, because you didn't do shit over here. I just allowed you to get your words off. But click the link, brother. That is for you. That is right there, bro. You was just typing a lot. I put the link back in there. You said you cut me off, Tim. You was interrupted because you wasn't speaking on anything about the topic. You're on my platform, not the opposite. You know what I'm saying? So therefore, if you coming on the platform, I was assuming that you was going to speak on the topic, not coming over here to cry, yell, kick, and scream about what you believe your boy is doing and he's doing this just to run off. That's really some whole shit, dog. To be honest with you, like, you're a cheerleader. You're saying Bud is a diva. What are you? You're coming over here, screaming and crying for somebody, and then you mention another diva-ass bitch. You know what I'm saying? They yell, kick, and scream all the time in a dark fucking room. Nigga, they got headstones already, bro. So what are you trying to do? You want a headstone too? I put the link in the chat. If you got something to say that has, look, this is a perfect example of niggas interfering in other grown man situations that have to be niggas too. You are up here intervening yourself into a situation that has absolutely nothing to do with you, brother. No link. You ain't clicking the link again. You ain't clicking the link. No. You say no mas. Don't bow out. Don't quit, bro. Don't quit. Don't quit. You said devices are not connected again, brother. It says devices are not connected. Don't come over here yelling, kicking, and screaming, bro. I'm gonna hear what you say. Only because I respect my listeners. Passe, hey, let him talk about certain things he got going on in his gym. All right, cool. But just know this: if you bring up them niggas' names, right, you need to have some type of substance as to why you choose to come on my channel and talk about these niggas when you had absolutely nothing to do with the situation. That's all I'm warning you about ahead of time. Because there's nothing you're going to do or say to me that's going to get me out of pocket because you a cheerleader. I'm waiting, bro. I'm waiting on you, brother. We waiting on him, y'all. See, I'm a giving person. You know what I'm saying? It's October. I'm getting into the holiday spirit. You feel me? People up there mad because of what I'm saying about. Look. I feel the shit that I'm saying has merit. Hit the replay, goddammit. But he want to come over here and advocate. All right, cool. He won't tell me to go to somebody else's shit, and I got my own channel. It's saying devices are not connected, bro. Let me see. Hold on for a second. You need to authenticate who you are, bro. You know, you got to authenticate who you are. If y'all trying to play some games and somebody else come in here, yell, kick, and scream, you're only going to make yourself look bad. You have to authenticate. I'm listening.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I'm listening, man.
All right. Shout out to the chat, first of all. Plain and simple. I have several points. I fucks with all of the channels that I fucks with that talks about promoting any of our guys, that steers away from the narrative of white fighters are better. The advancement of Lomachenko, Fury, all these guys over our guys. Anybody that talks about that steers away from that narrative, I'm down with. I don't give a fuck who you are. I don't have a channel. All of you guys be beefing about your personal views about each other and all of that shit. I ain't got nothing to do with that. I don't beef about that. I fucks with Southpaw. He don't like the LDBC. I fucks with LDBC and I fucks with Southpaw. You follow what I'm saying? I don't have a certain biasness or anything about that with any of your channels.
You brought up Blue Blood and BF.
Bro, listen, I put a thumbs up on your channel because you're a black channel.
But you came over here with ill intentions, though, brother.
I fucks with BF with ill intentions. I fucks with Champ Side.
I don't fuck with BF. I don't fuck with BF and I don't fuck with Blue. But you're sitting up here advocating for that shit, though.
The last I checked, this is America.
But you don't have anything to do with this.
How am I wrong for fucking with the niggas? How am I wrong for fucking with you? If he say I'm wrong for fucking with you, then that makes me what?
I don't even know you, brother.
I don't know them either.
Don't know you, but you coming over here. Look, I don't know you. You coming over here talking about channels I already done put a headstone on, but you want to advocate for them niggas.
Yo, I heard your warriors. I heard you on that nigga channel. You was on World Combat Sports.
I don't know you.
For the niggas and
don't know you
or shitting on Blue and fuck you, nigga. Fuck you, warriors.
But you was over here highlighting his name like it was cool, though.
I don't give a fuck about.
Yeah, you do. You gotta give a fuck because you came on my channel talking about niggas that I already done put a headstone on. So you had a purpose for coming over here, brother. That's what
I ain't know nothing about that.
Oh yeah, you did. Yeah, you did, nigga. See, I can't take you serious no more.
So you did.
I only brought you. Look, I only brought you on because Pass freaking my channel, right? And he said you want to talk about maybe listen to who you got in your channel.
Are you a father?
Look, don't talk about no father shit, bro. Because you ain't getting personal with me, and you come
I put that on my kids. I didn't know about that.
Kid games, bro.
I put that on my kids. I didn't know about that.
No, bro.
I put that on my kids.
Everybody knows about that.
So I ain't.
If you know about the BLK shit, and everything, and you advocating for what position
I ain't know about you beefing with BF.
Yeah, you do. Because why would you bring up his name of all people?
I do not because I fucks with the channel.
Bro, come on now. Let's not bring up a circus on a Monday, bro. Come
I
on,
don't have
man.
put it like this.
What are you
I don't
doing to
have a
my
wrench on
listeners?
Blues Channel. I don't have a wrench on Blues
I
Channel.
don't
I
care
have a
what you
wrench on
have,
BS
but
Channel.
you advocate for them niggas though. You
I
advocate for
advocate for
them.
all of the black fighters.
No, you don't. We're talking
Why
about
don't
black
I?
channels, not black fighters. Black channels, bro. I believe you
Black
divert
channels too.
attention on purpose, bro.
I advocate for the black channels to advocate for the black fighters. Didn't you just not hear me say that?
Bro, you advocate for the friends that you got on this YouTube
All of the
community. That's it.
let me rephrase it. I'm gonna speak clear. All of the channels that negate the mainstream media narrative of white fighters are better than black fighters, I fucks with. Anybody that goes against that media, I fucks with.
You say you
I don't
fuck
give a
with the
fuck who you
channels
are.
who do what again? That
That
advocates
goes
what?
against the white mainstream media that puts up the narrative that our guys are less than their guys, that their guys are better than our guys. They didn't get put it
I
like
mean,
this. Lomachenko got
but
more
what you're saying
promotion.
is,
Lomachenko and Fury got more promotion than Bud did, and he was pound for pound number one. They still put Lomachenko number one on the pound for pound list, and that motherfucker lost twice before his 20th fight. Are you serious? Explain that shit.
so now it's a black and white thing where you came over to a black
No, I'm
channel
saying my personal nigga.
and
If you see the,
and
did you see the symbol?
told me how
Listen, did
fucked
you
up I
see the
was being a
symbol?
Bud
Or
fan,
did you
right?
see the symbol? No,
I'm
no.
just
I'm talking
saying.
about
You
the
said
reason why I
I
fuck with
was
the
fucked
channel.
up for being a Bud fan, and I'm a Bud fan. I wouldn't know about the business. He a diva. So
When
now
it's
it's a
when
black
it's
and white
when
thing,
it's
huh?
no. I'm see. There you go, spinning one. Take one little
Why are you
topic
talking
and
about
running off
black
on the
and white
motherfucker
on
with it.
here, bro? Let's keep it
I'm
black, man.
talking
Let's
about why
keep it
I
in the
fucks with all of the
dark.
channels that I do. Why I fucks with the
You
LDVC. Why I
only
fucks with
mentioned two.
Chanside.
Look, you
Why I
only
fucks with.
mentioned two channels, bro. You mentioned Blue and you mentioned BF. Two channels who I've created headstones for in recent memory.
Well, you got personal issues with them. I fucks with
It's
all
not
of the
personal.
channels that I
It's not
fucks with.
personal. It's not personal. It's shit that happened on the YTC. It's not personal. I
But
don't
that's
think
between y'all.
think
I
of
ain't got
them
shit to
niggas
do with
before that.
that.
You inserted yourself into it by mentioning their names on my channel. So of course, that's what you wanted. That's what you
Then,
wanted, brother.
then put it
You
like
feel me?
this: if you want to carry it, if you want to carry
You
it
know what I'm
over,
saying?
then that's
You
fine. You know what I'm
you
saying?
know
We can go in
nothing
the yard.
about.
You can go in the
You
yard,
say
and
you
I
know
won't
nothing
shoot you.
about it,
I
but you
won't
bring
shoot
up the
you
two
just like I got
channels.
shot earlier.
Hey,
I'm gonna
you
pop
bring
you
up
like
the
I
two
got
names.
popped
That's what
earlier.
you wanted. I want you to get as much laugh as possible off this shit, bro. That just goes
But
to show you, man. The little
my whole
channels
point was
running the
blue
motherfucker,
blood.
dog. The
My
small
whole point
channels
was
running this
blue.
shit.
My whole point is blue blood duck and bud. Blue and bud. That
What
entity.
now?
Duck
What now?
boots.
What now? You
Blue
went out.
and bud duck boots. That's my whole point.
I don't see how that makes sense. Blue is not attached to Boost,
Because
first of all. If anything,
thing that they
YSM
ain't gonna
Media,
fight this year shit because I understand that.
YSM Media, shout out to YSM Media and Philly, he has an extensive amount of coverage on Boots than Blue could ever get. Blue is not affiliated with that gym over there, to be clear. So how are you gonna put Blue and Boots, Duck, so and
Listen,
so? He's
do
not
you know?
affiliated with that
Did
gym.
you know Boots petitioned to fight Earl?
I don't care about none of that shit, dog. Who petitioned to fight who?
Boots petitioned to fight Earl for his mandatory. He's one to
I
exercise his
said that
mandatory.
early in my chat.
Okay, so why can't if Boots? That means Boots is available. Am I not correct?
The question was never that he wasn't available. The question was why the negotiations fell out between Crawford and Spence, and you keep talking about everything
Because
else
of the
surrounding
timing.
that.
The timing. Because of the timing. Bud wanted to fight this year only. He wasn't concerned with fighting outside of this year unless it was after the fight that he had this year. He'll deal
Man,
with
they
the
known
next
that
fight
shit at the
next year.
beginning of the year.
Next year.
That's irrelevant. That they known that shit at the beginning of the year.
Which
Both
is
of the
still
fighters
next
wanted
year,
to
bro.
fight.
Don't matter if you do it first, second, third
Spence
quarter
wanted to
of the
fight
year.
this year too. He did. He fought in April, right? So Spence knew that Bud Crawford was lined up after he fought Ugas. He knew
Spence
that.
wanted the Bud fight this year. That's what they was targeting. They was targeting this year, but it may not work out that way when you're doing that. It takes a long time to get a big fight of this magnitude. Something like David and Bud could be
So you trying
happening
to tell me
overnight.
Spence wanted to fight this year too? Spence and Bud wanted to fight this year? So
Correct.
what are you talking about? If both of them wanted to fight, now it's PBC and Showtime. Like I said, without they failed to
Now
make the
we're talking
fight,
about
bro.
the business aspect of it. Now,
Nah,
understanding
bro.
what I spoke about earlier about the business aspect of it, do you think it was logical for him to get it happen? Do you for it to happen this year in enough time? No,
What time are you
it
talking
was
about? What's
not.
the starting point? What time are you
From
talking
the
about again?
time from June when they wanted to do it and from they decided to do it in June to now, it's not
When did
enough
Errol
time to get
Spence
it
fight? Errol Spence fought Ugas in April, right?
right. But they
Right?
begin the negotiations in June. Am I not
No,
correct?
check this out. They can begin anything. That doesn't mean they're just starting from scratch as if they don't know how the process
Bro,
work.
bro, bro.
Look, Errol
No,
Spence
do
fought
you know how the
Ugas in
process
April,
works?
right? Look, check this out. Spence
If
fought
Bud would have
Ugas
brought his
in
ass to
April.
Ugas fight, that would have
Spence
been a
fought
major
Ugas in
promotion.
April. So
He
you
didn't
trying
bring
to
his
tell
ass
me
to
in
Ugas
June?
fight.
You trying to tell me in June they just automatically came up with all these criteria? Say, okay, let's call Vegas up and see if a venue is open. Let's do this. Okay, let's get the negotiation process going with the paperwork. Man, this is not their first rodeo, bro.
No, it's
This is
not.
not. This is not PB and on Showtime first rodeo. So why you keep talking about as if they're green? They're novice. They're tyros at this shit, bro. They're not.
They just had a fight. They just had a fight. Wilder just had a fight, right?
In the
That was a PB.
Barclays,
That
yeah.
was a
In the
PBC.
Barclays, yeah.
That was a PBC.
Once
Right?
again,
Why not?
that
Why
has
not Vegas?
nothing to
Why
do
not
with
Vegas?
Vegas,
Why
bro.
not? Why not Vegas though? If Wilder's biggest market is in Vegas, why not
Oh my
Vegas?
God, are we talking about heavyweights? Or are we talking about welterweights, dog?
We're talking about making money in the sport of boxing.
No,
Period.
I'm not talking about that. Sorry, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that.
You're trying to say the wild. You're trying to say the Bud fight could have happened in Vegas because it's a welterweight fight, and a heavyweight fight couldn't
No,
happen
I never
because
said that. You brought up Wilder. I never said that. You
I'm
brought
trying
up
to say
Wilder
they
as an
just had a
analogy.
fight. Wilder just had a fight, though. That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
okay.
So why couldn't they put on the Bud fight if that was the case? Because it's not that big. Wilder fight ain't as big as a Bud fight with Earl. It's
Yeah,
because
because
of
I
the
was.
two dancing
You're right.
partners,
You're
bro.
right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Because Hellenius did incredible numbers before he stepped in there with Wilder. He did incredible numbers. You're right. That's why they
Wilder
was able to
carried
put
that
on that
fight.
fight at the Barclays on pay-per-view for $74 because Hellenius has done incredible, astounding numbers, dog. I got it.
Wilder carried that fight, bro.
I got it. So
Wilder
so if
carried that
Wilder,
fight.
oh, I'm glad you said that. So if Wilder carried that fight, why can't Errol Spence carry this fight in Vegas? If he's the cash cow, the big fish, the motherfucking
Okay, if
boogeyman,
that's the
why
case,
can't he
just
do it?
pay Earl. Just pay Earl's purse. Just pay Earl's purse, and then Bud get a percentage of Earl's purse. 65-35 of
So
Earl's purse
so
only
so
since he's carrying it.
so we're talking about the business part, but now you're talking about the B side paying for the A side, which don't happen in boxing. You
He's
sound
carrying
very,
it.
very business savvy, bro. You
He's
sound business
carrying
savvy.
it.
You sound business savvy. The B side paid
Carrying
for
it.
Errol Spence. I got it. I got it.
He's carrying it.
And you represent Blue Blood. You're an
No, I'm
advocate. Okay,
no,
cool.
no, 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 no. I'm saying Blue fucked up. How am I saying? How am I advocate for Blue if I'm saying he fucked up? I don't get that logic, bro.
You brought his name up. You shouldn't have been saying his name so much if you didn't fuck with him.
So you got to get blind. You got to
I'm
get
just saying,
past
brother.
your
I'm just
blind
saying.
hate. Hate in you is so
I
much
don't
right
hate.
now.
I'm
You're
not
blind. You can't
hating.
even hear what I'm saying because you hate those niggas so much. Yo,
I
bro,
don't
get
hate. I
past
don't
that
hate
shit.
them.
It's just a
It's one
sport,
thing
bro.
another grown man can't tell me is how I feel. You can't tell me how I feel,
You ain't
brother.
listening. Apparently, you ain't listening to me if you
I'm
saying I'm
listening.
advocating for somebody I'm not.
Arguably, I am listening to you
Arguably is
because you
correct because I've
refuse.
definitely
Yeah,
argued that shit.
arguably, I am listening to you because I'm trying to explain to you. You said the Wilder fight, they put on the Wilder fight and everything, and I'm saying okay, and then they can do that, but I'm telling you, Hellenius wasn't doing any big numbers, okay? And you say Wilder carried the fight, then I turn it back over. Okay, if Spence is the grand pooper, then go over here to Vegas and carry the fight with Crawford, then. And you're like, well, Crawford pay a percentage of Errol's purse, bro. B side don't pay for
No,
A
no.
side shit, dog.
Crawford don't pay. I wasn't saying Crawford pays some of Earl's purse. I'm saying Crawford should get whatever percentage of Earl's purse is. Whatever it is they want to give Earl since he's carrying the fight. Let's say they say, Earl, I'm gonna give you $20 million for this fight. The fight Bud. Okay. Whatever that percentage is, which is 65-35, Bud gets 35% of $20 million. Earl gets 665.
No. Now we determined from the original negotiations that
If,
he wasn't getting any
if
guarantee
Earl's
money and
carrying
he
the
was
fight,
getting net
see,
profit,
you have
bro.
to have a. You see, you're not understanding the thing
I am
between.
understanding. I
No,
am.
between with the fight with Hellenius and Wilder, those are both PBC fighters. Bud and the PBC fighters, not an in-house fight. You're paying
I
another
never
outside
said it
fighter to
was.
fight your inside fighter.
I never said it was, and they wasn't paying him shit. That's why he was getting net
But do you
profits
know
on
the
the back
difference
end.
between
That
the
wasn't
two, though?
shit, bro. I do
But do
know the
you know the
difference.
difference between
You're
the two?
talking
I
about it's
explain
an
the difference
in-house fight,
between the
right?
two to you.
You're talking about the
One, you
in-house
can
fight
split the
and who's
bag.
getting
Two,
paid.
it's two
But I'm
bags.
trying
The
to
other one is
explain
two
to
bags.
you that they made it so low ball. They made such a low ball offer that Crawford wasn't getting paid too much of anything in that
Because he
fight.
got low ball numbers. His pay-per-view numbers are low ball.
Man, stop it, bro. Stop
No, I
it.
ain't stopping his 300,
Stop it, bro.
153,000,
Stop it,
150,
man.
what, 135?
Stop
Let's
it.
say at best.
Avenue
Let's say at
Yidrum got
best.
paid too. Caleb
Let's say
Plant
at
got over
best.
10
Bud's
million.
numbers
Caleb
are
Plant got over 10
200,000.
million, and he talking about low ball numbers. You trying to put it on low ball numbers. Caleb Plant got 10 million, dog. Oh, my fault. Oh,
It
my
sounds
fault. Was
like
Canelo
this is the
signed to
thing.
PBC?
This is
Was
the thing.
Canelo
It
signed to
sounds like
PBC
y'all
when they
want to
fought?
rob the
Was
PBC.
Canelo
Sounds like y'all
signed to
want Bud to rob the
PBC when they
PBC or Bud
fought?
to rob
Because
some
Caleb
investors.
Plant got 10 mil plus, bro.
How is the investors
Where
going
was
to get
his
their money back?
numbers? Nobody
How the
wasn't looking for
investors going to
him.
get their money back? How the investors going to get their money back?
That's a good question. So therefore, you have to ask the individuals that you're praising. You have to ask the PBC
I'm not
guys,
praising none of
the
them.
investors, the Showtime. You have to
Listen,
ask them where they're gonna get the money back.
listen. If I saw logically outside of them fighting outside of the Philippines or Dubai, I would get my investors involved. But I can't see they won't want to fight here. They ain't gonna want to fight outside of the country. So I can't tap myself into it. But if they were willing to fight in either one of those two countries, I'll be involved. But it don't make sense. They got to fight in the U.S. because that's where their market is. How many people gonna go see the fight in Dubai? How many people here gonna get on a plane and go to Dubai and see it? It ain't gonna make no fucking sense. But it would make money for me it makes sense for me to make money off the fight because it's the biggest fight in fucking boxing right now. But it don't make sense for me to do it. You follow what I'm saying? It's a business, bro. It got to make sense. It don't make sense. It don't make no sense to do it.
So what time stamp did you come in on this live today? Was it from the beginning or you was in the middle of the live? Because I always say that boxing is a business.
I wasn't in the beginning. I came in the middle.
So boxing has always been a business. This is no different with Crawford and Spence. But
exactly.
You continue to swerve left whenever I ask you about who sabotaged the fight, and you talk about
it's Crawford not sabotage. It's just delayed.
Look, bro, it is sabotage for November this year because that's when the fans wanted it.
You can't blame nobody for that.
It's sabotage for November. It's sabotage for November, though.
You can't blame nobody for that, but Bud.
Yeah, you can blame a lot of people because the fans was waiting, the consumers was waiting for this year.
Yes, we was. Blame Bud, but you don't want to do that.
If you want to say that, look, bro. You're not gonna make me feel some type of way because who
was ready right after the Ugas fight? Yo, how come Bud didn't go to the Ugas fight to really give it a promotional push?
But
how come Bud didn't step in the ring after the Ugas fight to give it a promotional push? That's the best, yo. That's boxing fucking protocol 101. The next fight you step in the ring with that man.
Okay.
Yo, anybody in the chat? Am I wrong?
Okay, get the chat. There you go.
If Bud would have came to that Ugas fight, winning Earl's face and say, I want all three of those belts. Now you got all three, give them here. We next. It would have been on and popping. All of the Bud fans would have been on like what?
So
Earl would have had no other choice but to do it. So the
business would have been handled that way?
Come on, man. It would have backed Earl in the corner, and I'm strictly man down. It would have backed Earl in the corner.
It would have been that way because Errol Spence said to Bud Crawford that he coming for the fucking belt. That wasn't enough. They have to be face to face for that shit.
What? Come on, now act like going into the ring, yo.
That would have been. They had to be face to face.
I know what you want. I see.
They had to be face to face. I'm
just
saying.
I respect it. No. I see what you want. You don't see the reason why Bud should have went in that ring and faced Earl after the Ugas fight.
All the shit that's against Bud.
It's about promoting
you
the fight,
bring up all the YTC shit
it's about
that
promoting
has been discussed
that fight
already about Bud not showing up to the fight. Listen.
Bud been a free agent for how long? He could have been in negotiations before the Ugas fight.
Listen, Errol said he coming for the fucking belt. That wasn't enough for them to make the fight.
He could have been in negotiations way before the Ugas fight. He could have been because he knew we all knew Ugas was going to lose.
Who has the promoter?
They both did.
Spence. Spence or Crawford? Who
They
has the
both did.
promoter?
They
Right
both
now,
did.
who has the promoter, bro?
Earl do.
So
Earl
that's
got
what
man down
all the
promotions.
Spencer
Earl
Holics
got
was
man
talking
down
about.
promotions.
He has
Earl
the
got man
promoter.
down promotions.
Look, to your analogy, you're talking about that when it boils down to it, you're describing everything that Terrence Crawford doesn't have to be valuable in this negotiation process. But Errol Spence has the promoter. He has all body behind him for everything.
Bud does
So
now
when,
too.
look,
Bud
check this
does now
out. They
too.
say he should be the challenger. He should humble himself. He should take less money. He should basically sit down and be quiet. Boom. You go into a negotiation with a low ball fucking offer. And he's accepting and agreed to the 35%, no guaranteed money, all that shit. He's gonna get the net on the back. And still the fight get pushed back once they sent the revision back that it's not gonna be 2022 like we originally thought. It's gonna be next year. So you still pointing the finger at Bud, who agreed to everything on the contract?
He agreed way too late for it to be in November.
How
Why
do
did
you
we
know
do
that? You don't
agree
know a
now?
timeline. You don't know the
What?
timeline. What did Blue tell you the timeline was?
I don't care what Blue said. I'm talking about
Oh, now
how
you can't give us the
negotiations go.
details. Exactly. What did
I
he
know
tell
about
you?
how negotiations go because I know the
When
business.
when did it fall out? What did Blue tell you when the negotiations fell out?
Bro, if you want to do a fight
No,
before November,
bro. Tell me what Blue said. Go ahead, snitch, bro. Go ahead,
I don't care
snitch.
what Blue. You could go on Blue's tape and look at it
No,
on
you
his
say
own
you
channel
talked
and
to him
look
on
it
the
up if you
phone.
care
You
about
say
that.
you talked to him on the phone.
I did not. No, I did not. When did you see me say that? I'm talking about I
You
saw
said you and
heard this
him met
shit
up at
from his video.
7-Eleven in Newark and y'all had a conversation, bro.
That's him and Bud.
No, that's him and you.
I ain't never meet Blue in real life. What's wrong with you?
Hey man, the way you was coming over here advocating for another nigga, I thought you and him at once broke bread together, went to a club, got the same stripper pregnant. You
What
know what
part
I'm
of
saying?
I don't know none
Y'all
of you
got a
niggas?
history of that
What
shit.
part of I don't know none of you niggas? You ain't here.
So if you don't know
I
any of
said I
these
support
niggas,
all of y'all
think
because
about
y'all
that the
support the
next time you
fighters.
come on my channel talking about niggas you ain't never met in real life. Because they might not be the realest niggas you know. That's all I'm telling
If
you.
he fucked up, he fucked up. He fucked up by ducking boots. I don't give a fuck
But
what.
you say you spoke
It
to
is
Blue
what it
though.
is. I don't
You
fuck.
say
I
you
never
spoke
met
to
him.
him,
I never
didn't
met
you?
Don King.
But initially you say you spoke to Blue, right? You was talking about all the
No,
shit
I
he's
said
affiliated with BLK Prime and all that. You know all the information. So when did the
that came out
negotiations
of his
fall
mouth
out?
because I saw his channel. I'll be on his channel just
And
like
what
I
did he
be
say
on
on his
yours.
channel? What did he say? What time frame?
I don't know about all of the time
Okay,
frame
so
shit.
if you don't know, my
As
brother,
far as I know, when he
don't
met
come
with
over
Bud,
here
he
talking
was saying
about
he
what
was
that
still in
nigga said on
negotiations.
my
They were
channel
still in
if he can't give
negotiations,
you
but it didn't look
details.
like it was going to happen
If
this
he
year.
can't give
He
you
was in
details,
negotiations with
brother,
the PBC
don't
for
bring that
Bud
shit
fight,
out
but
here to
didn't
the
look like it was
public.
going to happen this year. Being that it
Brother,
wasn't going to happen
you
this
don't
year,
have
he wanted to
details.
fight this year.
You don't have
So they
details,
said,
brother.
okay, if we can make a fight happen for you this year, would you want to get down with it? He
You
said,
don't
yeah,
have
I want to fight
details.
this year. So they made it happen.
What
That's where
month?
David come involved. My whole
What
problem is if they're going to make
what
a fight
month
happen
did
this
the
year,
negotiation fall out?
then get a good fight.
What month did the negotiation fall out? When did Bud say no, I'm not here? From what you heard off Blue, what details did he give to the point where the negotiation fell out and now turns to David Avanesian? What date? What
I don't
month?
even know. I don't even know.
So
I don't
so
even
stop
know if he
saying
knows.
so stop
I don't even
saying
know if
it's
he knows.
late. Stop saying he was late then. If you
Bro,
what's late? What's
bro,
late?
no, I'm not
What's
telling
late?
you it's late behind that. I'm not telling
No,
you it's late.
what
That's not
month
my
is
reason
late,
for
bro?
telling you it's late.
What month is
I'm telling
late?
you it's late because I know the business. I know.
No. We're talking about Crawford Spence. What makes it late? What month? Man, come over here, man. Freaking yelling and screaming Blue's name. He don't have details. I need details. I need to know what the month is, brother. I need to know what the month is. I need to know when this negotiation stalled for freaking Terrence Crawford and when did the David Avanesian negotiation start. If you're gonna come over here based off the surface information that you're getting, You know what I'm saying? Everybody has that shit. That doesn't mean it's credible. That doesn't mean it has validation. That's just shit that he's saying, just like I'm speaking on my shit. It means nothing. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think I might have hit the button by accident. I don't care about the negotiation process.
I do.
In detail in the timeline. You just
I
want to
do.
know when the shit went from Earl to David.
Yeah,
I
because you
understand
keep on saying it was too
I don't
late
care
for
about
Bud.
that. I'm saying because
Bud. He did it too late.
No. It ain't. It's not.
When
You
did he
just
send
want
the
to
contract back for, dog? When did he send the contract? You say it was too late for him when he agreed to
There's
shit.
only
You know what
one
I'm saying?
contract. It's not going back and forth with mad different contracts. It's term sheets.
I didn't
You
say
don't
they
do
was
it.
going
You're not
back and
paying the
forth.
lawyer 5 fucking times.
I
You
didn't
do
say they was
one.
going back and forth with the contract. I'm saying what the criteria was in the contract. He agreed to it, obviously, because when it
No,
comes
he didn't.
down
If
to
he
the
ain't signed
revision, yes, you said it was term sheet, bro. Why you gonna
He
sign a
agreed to the
term
term
sheet?
sheet. He agreed to the. You
Okay,
don't sign
okay,
a
let's
term
say he
sheet.
agreed to the term sheet. So if he agreed to the term sheet and the only single revision that was on there when they sent it back was the date changing to 2023, why wasn't that on the term sheet previously?
It don't have to be in the term sheet. Dates don't be in
Man,
term sheets all the time.
See, you got stumped, bro. See, you ain't
No, you're not
you
understanding.
up here,
You don't know what a term sheet is
bro.
then.
You keep telling me what I don't know, but you keep on talking that Bud
Bro,
did
listen
that
to
shit
me.
late.
Listen to me. And you
He
might get in
sent
that.
the
You
shit
might
back
get a little
late.
light shed on the
He
situation.
sent the shit back late. You say Bud sent it back late. He was late. He was late. It was too late. What month are you talking about? And how do you know what time he sent it back? Did Blue give you information?
Put it like this: if it
Come on,
was
say
any
it.
time,
Did he give you
listen.
information?
If it was any time, I don't care. If it was any time within the last 60 to 90 days, it's too late. Do you want to know why?
I disagree.
Then you
I
don't. Then
disagree
you
it
would
was too
lose
late.
money. Then you would lose money.
I'm not losing money because you didn't let me finish.
So
I disagree
no,
because
hold
Steven
up, hold up.
Espinosa,
As a
Steven
promoter,
Espinosa
as
said the fight date
Showtime,
wasn't totally dead
okay,
yet.
as you,
Hey,
World
Steven
Combat
Espinosa up
Sports,
here
you
telling the
got a
fans
promotional
that the
company.
fight dead ain't
World
always
Combat
dead.
Sports, you got a
Steven
promotional company.
Espinosa telling the
You would
fight
put
fans the
on
fight
you
date
would put
ain't
on a
dead.
Bud Earl fight from June to November.
Espinosa said the fight date wasn't dead. Espinosa said
Bro,
that this month the fight date wasn't dead. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about what
he said they're
Espinosa.
looking at
You
the
know who
fight
Steven
date for
Espinosa
November.
is.
Yes.
So he said the fight date isn't dead yet, and you're talking about it was too late for Bud to
It's
send.
Steven Espinosa. Listen, this is what I know.
Come on, bro.
This is much I know about doing anything as far as entertainment, as far as parties, shows. I don't give a fuck if I don't give a fuck if it's a concert, a fight, it don't matter. If you're having a stadium full of fucking people, right, and you want a whole bunch of people that's not in that stadium at home to watch it, also, you need 3 to 4 months to promote it.
Do you have Steven Espinosa's number? You want me to give it to you?
I don't care. I have Showtime's number.
No,
I don't
because
need
I want
Steven
you to
Espinosa's
tell
number.
him this because you telling me makes no sense. I don't have any.
I'm
skin
just
in
trying
the
to let
game
you
for
know.
you to
I'm just
tell
trying
me
to
that.
let you know from the business aspect, from somebody that's in the business that does events, that I won't do it. Anybody that was put their money up for a fight in less than 6 months of that magnitude is fucking stupid.
We're talking about PBC Showtime once again.
I don't care who it is.
But see, we need to know, since you said Bud sent it in late, you need to give me some range time. What is the range? You can't give me the range, so
I don't
it
know when
doesn't
they started
validate what you're
negotiating.
talking about.
I don't know when they started negotiating.
Exactly, bro. You don't know when it turned off. When Crawford said, "Nope, I'm not dealing with this no more with Spence. I'm going to
But
David
bro, count the
Avenesian
months:
and
June,
BLK Prime."
July, August, September, October, November.
Don't make a
That's only
difference,
5
bro.
months. That's
You're on
only
the
5. From
outside
June
like
to
I
November,
am.
still not enough time. You're not
You're on the
listening to me.
outside
From
like I
June,
am. I'm
yo,
listening to
bro,
you.
if from June to November, they wanted to fight in November. If Showtime wanted to have a fight set for November, they was wrong. They was gonna lose money if they started negotiating in June and think they're gonna have a fight in November. They was
What
wrong.
about October? The original date was October. They was gonna have it in October, so they was wrong about that. Okay, they moved
Even
that
more
date to
wrong.
November. They moved that to
Even
November.
they realized the error. That's why it didn't happen, bro. They'd have lost money.
They was gonna lose money regardless
All right, I'm gonna
because
give you
the
an
two
example.
fighters. No, check this out.
I'm
They
working
was
on a
gonna
fight
lose
right now. I'm
money.
working
They
on
was
a
gonna
fight
lose
right
money
now with a
regardless
big
because
major. I'm working on a fight right now. If I say the name, you won't believe me. That's how big it is, and it's a year from now. That's
okay, what
how
fight is
long,
that?
huh?
What fight is that?
I can't tell you. I ain't gonna put it out there like
And see,
that.
that's why I fuck with MMA a bit more than I really fuck with boxing and believable,
But
like
I could tell you
validated
this.
shit.
But I could
You
tell
know
you
why?
this.
Because
I
y'all
could tell you
always
this.
have this hocus pocus. Oh, I
With a
can't announce
boxing. It's
this.
with a
I can't
boxing.
announce this shit,
It's
bro.
with a boxing. It's with a boxing and an MMA fighter. I will tell you that.
Like the surprises really don't,
And both the champs. Both
unless
the
you
current
really
champs. Both the
unless
current
you really
champs.
breaking it down, bro.
I
So
will
what
when the
organization
paperwork.
is the
I
MMA guy in?
I will when the
I'll
paperwork's
figure it
done.
out. What organization is the mixed martial artist in? Bellator or the UFC?
UFC.
Okay, so you talking about the UFC? You either talking about freaking the heavyweight division, first of all, the heavyweight division, because they've been talking about boxing. All
Mm-hmm.
right. Not too much of Israel
So
Adesanya, and it's not
you
going to
got a
be
little
Leon
air to the
Edwards.
ground.
What now?
Huh? So you got a little air to the ground. I'll let you work it from there. But
Okay.
by next year, we may have a major fight in the Philippines or Dubai. We either one with that shit popping off.
Okay. I mean, I
But it's
heard
got to
Francis
take. It's got
Ngannou been out there trying to give a
I'm
boxing fight.
talking a year from now, though. We're not talking any
Yeah,
no 4 months,
exactly.
6 months. So a fight of this magnitude, it takes a long time. All of this November shit from June after you fought Ugas, y'all retarded. Anybody's retarded. If you
Now,
unless you
Conor
plan on
McGregor and
losing
Floyd
money,
Mayweather didn't take a full year to make happen, bro.
they was in the behind the scenes.
Come
Yes, they
on,
was
bro.
behind
Come
the scenes.
on,
I
man.
promise you,
Floyd
behind the
Mayweather and
scenes.
Conor McGregor didn't take a fucking year, dog. They made that
No,
shit happen
behind
pronto.
the scenes. Yes, it did. Yeah, behind the scenes, it took longer.
I'm telling you, bro.
How much you want to bet?
I'm just telling you, man. I'm just telling you, man.
All right,
I'm just telling you.
behind the scenes, it took longer. The talks, yo, do you know how long it took for Sugar Shane Mosley and Floyd to fight? I knew about that about 2 years before it happened. Because Sugar Shane wanted Snoop to come into the ring and fight with him, be one of those niggas that come into the ring, do the ring walk with him. He wanted Snoop to. I was there right there when he said it. Matter of fact, I'm the one that told Snoop. He came into the place where we was at. Sugar Shane walked right in. I was like, oh
Okay.
shit, yo, your boy, look at the boy. And I told him dead to his face, your boy wilding. And what happened? 2 years later, he got his ass whipped. He was wilding, wanting to fight for it. But I know it was a paper and they wanted that bad.
So Wilder, my boy. So obviously, once again, you're being disingenuous because now you're saying Wilder, my boy. You say you didn't watch the channel. You don't know any of these niggas, but
I
you
ain't
know a
say
lot
Wilder
about
was
the
your
fighters
boy.
I support.
I
What you
ain't say
say
Wilder
then?
was your boy.
What you say?
I ain't even mentioned Wilder just now.
What you say? Who you say?
As far as
Who did
what?
you say? You say somebody got their ass beat. Who did you say?
Sugar Shane Mosley
I could have sworn you said
by
because Sugar
Floyd.
Shane Mosley. What you say?
By Floyd.
Okay. Because I
But
ain't.
I knew
I
that
mean,
fight. I knew he wanted that fight about 2 years before it happened. They was in the workings of making it happen 2 years before it happened. Behind the scenes is a lot going on behind the scenes before a fight actually takes place. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I was surprised that this David Goliath, this not David Goliath, this David Amnesia shit, whatever the dude name is, with Bud happened so fast. Because I don't even know if it's going to happen because of the time it takes place to get the production going on. So it takes time, bro, and there's a lot of dots that need to be connected, and they all have to come and coincide with each other. And there's a lot of people that have to be on the same page.
so what you saying exactly? Because you can tell me I don't know about the business of boxing, and I sit up here and tell you I
I'm
don't
saying you
need to
can't blame.
know but a certain
I'm saying
level
a
of
lot of shit.
reporting on the business of boxing. You know what I'm saying? Because
I'm saying a lot of shit.
if
I'm
I'm not
saying
pushing paperwork or boxers to be in the ring anywhere, then it is gonna be what it is, bro.
if
Like,
if we
that's
want
what
the
it
Earl
is.
and Bud fight to happen, and we want everybody to be happy, not the investors to lose money, not Bud and them to take a low pay cut or whatever, and the fans to have a good fight, we gotta wait.
And I'm telling you, everything that you're putting out to the public isn't necessarily true. You know, I'm telling you hands down, like when it comes to the Conor McGregor Floyd shit, you have these timelines, imaginary demarcation lines in your thought process. And I'm telling you, the Conor McGregor Mayweather, as big as it was, $100 now, it didn't take them a year to make the fucking fight, though.
Maybe not, and I know it took over 6 months.
Man, 6 months.
No, they listen. It's from June to November, y'all. It's no.
Man.
You need at least 4 months to
Dude,
promote it.
You are a promoter, dog. The way you talk, you
need at
smooth
least
over
4
shit
months
and
to
go to
promote
the
it.
next topic, dog. You are a promoter. Real talk. I'm convinced you are in the boxing game because y'all like smooth talking about something else when you're supposed to be damn. A fighter come over here and tell you, "Hey, I ain't get all my check."
Behind the scenes, it's over a year for the most part. Behind the scenes, over a year. All of the paperwork and everything, the logistics, by the time everything gets done, between the time people have the thought of these two people having a fight and the time it takes them to actually have the fight, it's usually a year
Okay.
or more. By the time the public gets to know about it, it may be 3-4 months.
Okay. I'm just saying that fight, man. You know, when Dana White got a hold
But
of
like
it,
this,
and he
you remember
spoke,
when Mike Tyson fought just
you know what I'm
now?
saying? It
Mike
wasn't no
Tyson's
year,
last
bro.
fight. Remember Mike Tyson's last fight when he fought Jones? You know
Yeah,
who
with
he was
Triller.
originally supposed to fight?
Go ahead. Who?
Bob Sapp.
Who?
Bob Sapp.
That wasn't gonna happen.
It was going to happen.
And what happened? Why it didn't happen?
A lot of different details happened, and
Here we go with the
one of
boxing
the
mumbo jumbo shit, man.
a
Y'all
lot
can
of
never.
I'm gonna give you.
Oh my
I'm gonna tell you
God,
the truth.
dog.
I'm gonna give you from my standpoint, and I lost thousands doing it.
How am I and the listeners able? How are we going to be blessed with learning anything, especially if it's passed already, and y'all can't speak on it? You say you part of business.
I'm
and
not
shit.
saying
Why
I couldn't
can't you
speak on it.
on this shit, dog?
I could speak on it.
So why
I'm
the
saying a
fight
lot
didn't
of
happen?
details happened.
Why the fight didn't happen?
One, I myself wasn't able to get a hold of Mike Tyson's brother-in-law, who was really doing the management position for Mike at the time. Bob Sapp was in negotiations with them. I was speaking directly with Bob Sapp. When I got into the business of boxing, I got into my hand a contract for a Mike Tyson Bob Sapp fight worth $20 million. That was on the paper. Everything was on it except Tyson's signature. He was on vacation at the time.
And who is Bob Sapp again?
Bob Sapp is an MMA guy.
Okay.
K1 star. He fights over in Japan.
Yeah, the one is like 390
former
pounds
football
and shit.
player, correct. Former football player, correct.
So
He
he
used to
was
fight
gonna
in
come
the,
in
he
here and
used to
fight
play for the
Tyson.
NFL. No, they had a fight. They already got in the ring and did a little thing already. They already had a following. They already had it was a build up already for over mad years.
And they was gonna have that shit here in the U.S.
No,
They was gonna have it in Japan, right?
there was no value in the U.S. Right? No, over Dubai.
They gotta have it in
Dubai.
Japan.
No,
the
Dubai.
U.S. is not gonna buy some lopsided type
I
of
just
exhibition
told you,
fight
bro.
like that.
The U.S. it had no value in the U.S.
Okay, I mean, I
It was in
know what you're
Dubai.
talking
It was
about. I
already
mean,
going to be
look,
bought. It was
Tyson
already
was in
going
the
to
ring with Bob Sapp before,
Listen.
when Bob
Right,
Sapp
that's what
tried
I'm trying to.
play
That's
around
where
and
this
shit.
picks up from. Right, that's where this picks up from that.
Yeah.
So when I came into the picture, they already had all of this shit going on. But I started doing my little networking and making shit pop off to get the budget for it. But there was another people involved too. That was an entity that also had this budget going on, but they were short when it came to the table. They had some of the millions, but they didn't have all of it. And Mike Tyson's a certain way, and I'm a certain way. And when I had my peoples that had their entities who was going to put up the money for the budget, which was the guaranteed purses, not the necessarily budget for the whole fight, just the guaranteed purses for the two fighters. Once you got that, it's easy to get the rest. But anyway, moving forward, my neck was on the line as far as me getting my investors to put up their bread before a Tyson fight, but Tyson has a reputation. Push comes to shove, Tyson ain't want to fuck with the nigga because it wasn't gonna happen here. And the people that did have the money for Dubai didn't have all of it that Tyson wanted. So it didn't happen with that. I don't know what the amount was that they had, but I do know how much they were short, as far as you know, from what I was told. So, but we had way much than that in the cut, though, even much more than what they was asking for. Sap had his own investors that had fucking over $60 million in the cuff, ready to put up for it. So, but Tyson side didn't know that because of the people. There's There's a lot of greedy motherfuckers in business. There's a lot of snake motherfuckers in business. So when you're an upstanding motherfucker like me, I'm not gonna put my neck on the line and knowing that I could end up in the motherfucking desert if Tyson don't show up to fight or one way or another. I need your signature, and I couldn't get Tyson's to the table with me to get Tyson's signature. Had I got Tyson's signature, he would have fought Sapp, but he wanted to fight Jones and whatever, and that's Tyson. So he's gonna do what he want to do, which is he got his 10 million, which was he originally was supposed to get. That was the original contract that I saw in my face was for 10 million for each fighter. So whether Jones got 10 million or not, I don't know. But if Jones didn't get 10, he should have got 10. But I know Tyson got 10. He should have got more though. If he'd have fucked with us, if he'd have fought Sapp, he'd have got way more than 10. That was just a guaranteed purse, which goes back and forth. Which goes back to what we was talking about with this Bud Earl shit. The difference between front up money and back end money. If they'd have fought Sapp in fucking Dubai, over $100 million. That's not even from the people that this nigga had under the cup from a fucking bank. This nigga had a whole bank. Never mind the peoples I had. I had American investors. This nigga had foreign investors. Man, never mind my peoples. I wasn't gonna put that shit up unless I had Texas signature. But if they came to the table with Sapp, never mind me. If they just said fuck Warriors, fuck, you know what I'm saying, the peoples that brung Tyson, both them niggas to the table. Actually, if they'd have said fuck him, which is not me, I got brung to the table by that person. But if that person would have, if they'd have said fuck that person and said okay, then we gonna fight Sapp, Tyson would have probably got over 25, $50 million for that fight with Sapp. Instead of getting
Hey,
10
brother,
to fight
I
Sapp.
gotta bounce, man. I gotta go. Hey,
But anyway,
appreciate you pulling up again,
for
man.
sure.
You know, and
You already
you
know.
know, yeah. But I gotta bounce.
Yo, for
All
the
right,
record, Bud Duck Boots.
all right.
Later.
Anything else? Hey, man, appreciate everybody pulling up, bro. You know what I'm saying? That dude is petty. You petty there. You know what I'm saying? You got to get your parting shot, man. Yeah, that's what Blue did. He just repeating the shit. Floyd said the audio of him saying shit we already know. Man, y'all educated. That's all I was saying. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. I give somebody the opportunity. I don't have no problem listening to my listeners. I ain't selfish like that. But once again, that pass. Don't say I didn't listen and allow this dude to come back and talk about his people in his stable because he didn't do it then. Come on, there, Pads. I should be begging you for a goddamn $100 super chat, Pads. Because I said, okay, let me goddamn let this dude talk about the fighters in his stable. He didn't do it then. Oh, I saw it on the notifications, man. I was going to check it out after. You know what I'm saying? After. I was going to check it out after I left or whatever. But definitely, yeah, I'm fucking with checking out Rick Glaze. Hold on. Hold on for a second. Yeah. Who said? Coach Malachi just did a show. Yeah, I'm definitely fucking with that. I'm gonna check out Coach Malachi's show with Rick. Definitely when I get off this. Definitely. Yeah. Real talk. Sir Ken. WCS salute to the wrenches and salute to the chat. Smash the like button. No doubt, Sir Ken. Hey, salute to you for pulling up once again. Hey, I'm out, fellas. I'll return a little bit later, but I got to take care of some stuff. Appreciate everyone pulling up, man. Those of you that hit the like button, appreciate you. And we definitely will revisit this in the near future. Turn up and tune in to World Combat Sports. You already know.